Here. Councilmember Mark Cross.
Present.
Councilmember Don Curley. Councilmember John James.
Here.
Councilmember Tom Odell.
Here.
Councilmember Michelle Petey.
Here.
We understand Mr. Curley's caught in traffic and will be here a little later.
We should probably excuse him and then he go ahead.
Okay. Do I have a motion to excuse Mr. Curley?
So moved.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. City Manager, would you lead us in the pledge?
I'll be honored to do that, Mr. Mayor. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. One second.
It's been moved and second. Any changes to the agenda? Nope. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Agenda is approved. Next is presentations, proclamations, and we have a comprehensive annual financial report. And Mr. Lyman Howard?
Our Finance Director, Assistant City Manager Lyman Howard is going to make this quick presentation. Also, the great news that he's going to share that with you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, the city clerk has just passed out to you our first comprehensive annual financial report. In the past, we've been pleased to prepare an annual financial report. This year for 2009, we actually went quite a few steps further. And we went far beyond the minimum requirements that we have to do for state and other financial reporting requirements. And basically, this goes beyond that to a level of transparency for both our citizens and for our rating agencies to basically try to share everything we can about the city's finances. So I'd like to take the time to present that to you, and at this point in time, I'd like to recognize Mary Lou Moore, who is here from the Washington Finance Officers Association, to make a presentation to us. Thank you.
Welcome to Sammamish.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Lou Moore, and I'm currently the treasurer for the Washington Finance Officers Association, commonly known as WFOA. WFOA presents this distinguished Comprehensive Annual Financial Report Award, known as CAFR Award, to a jurisdiction that achieves the highest quality of financial documents and promotes sound financial management and reporting. We believe that better documents contribute to better decision-making, transparency, accountability, and credibility. This year, on behalf of WFOA, we are pleased to present to you for the first time this distinguished CAFR Award to the city of Sammamish. We would like to take this opportunity also to recognize those significant contributors to this outstanding achievement, namely Lyman Howard, Finance Director, and I have a certificate for each of them. Aaron Antine, Deputy Finance Director, but unfortunately couldn't. Oh, he's here. Oh. Thank you. Congratulations. Chris Gianni, Accounting Manager. And Jody Bass, Financial Specialist. These individuals who have been instrumental in this governmental unit achieving this award. Congratulations to all of you. Your city's well-deserved of this CAFR Award for the city's quality financial documents. This is to recognize this finance team for their appropriate coordination among departments, communication, analysis, and required research necessary to provide these top quality workable financial statements and analysis. So we are very much honored to present this prestigious CAFR Award to the City of Sammamish. My huge congratulations and big cheers to everyone.
Speech.
No, I really would like to thank the finance staff. They've just done a fabulous job in making this huge leap forward in our financial presentations. I also like to thank the council and city manager for their support. Without the resources that you allow us to have, we couldn't do this. So thank you. I think we'll have to come out this way. Tim is not here today, so.
Tim has instructed me on
You know, the concern we have is where is that plaque going to go? We're running out of room.
There was an internal department fights that the Lyman was thinking taking a one Public Works award off of the display board.
No, we don't need it.
Also, next week we have a conference, and the City of Sammamish will be recognized in our conference on Thursday, and Lionel will be there to accept
Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to congratulate our finance staff also. I know we get used to having our finance department receiving all kinds of awards, and they deservingly do good work to receive these awards. This particular one is a big one. This CAFR Award, it's the first one, and it is a comprehensive annual financial report award. This is not given lightly by the Finance Officers Association. They do go through a pretty stringent process to select the jurisdictions receive this award. And I thank every one of our finance staff, and I also want to thank you that having a financial prudence and a long-term outlook in our financial matters to allow us to produce the documents like this. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I thought we were going to have a comprehensive annual financial report. Are we just handing it out? Is that it tonight?
That's it.
Okay.
It's a homework for the council. There will be tests about this thing next week.
Oh, good. Okay.
First, we test our city manager.
You betcha.
Okay, next on the agenda is public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have a sign-up sheet? This is an opportunity for the public to address the council, 3-minute limit per person, or 5 minutes if representing the official position of a recognized community organization. Now, we are going to have public hearing tonight on the town center, so if you're going to speak at that, you don't want to speak now, you want to speak when we're at that subject. So we have Dwight Martin.
Hello, thank you and greetings. Appreciate the opportunity again to speak to the council. A couple of weeks ago, I spoke to the council about some concerns I had regarding flexibility with the CAO, and I pointed out some specific instances where I'd seen problems or thought some existing rules needed some help. And afterwards, I kind of walked by Cameron and I said, you know, Cameron, I get up and I've got 3 minutes and I have to talk about what I think is important and things that I think maybe need to be changed. And I've had a lot of really good experiences with staff here in the city of Sammamish. And Cameron says to me, you know, Dwight, anytime you want 3 minutes to praise staff, why, you just let me know. And so here I am today because, you know, I've had so many good experiences with staff. And it really starts when I walk in the door or I call. I don't know why it is we have such happy people answering the phone and directing me, but it's a pleasure when I come in and I get that kind of help. And then behind the counter, when I do permit applications, we can get them in a day. That's unheard of. I don't know any other jurisdiction that has that kind of exemplary service. I think that helps the citizens. I think it helps the city have less time of things sitting on desks going from place to place to place. And I've had situations in other jurisdictions where I'll fill out something I think it's perfect, you know, and I hand it to the person that told me how to fill it out, and it'll sit there for 10 or 12 weeks before I get it back. And so I find that refreshing. There are planners here, people in the environmental regulation section, where I've come with problems or concerns or difficulties, and I may have initially heard, oh boy, this is trouble, but then we get to work and we look for solutions. And I've found people with creative and hardworking to help me find solutions for my clients and the people I work with. So planners, let me work my way up. Working through the whole shoreline management thing, there were all levels of staff, from Ben, Cameron, I wasn't going to mention names, I'm sorry, that were open. They were open to hear a different side. And we went from what seemed like maybe a little bit of mistrust or who are you people talking at us, to understanding one another, having different points of views, and finding some excellent middle ground. So so anyway, I've just found that to be quite enjoyable. And then the council, well, you guys aren't staff, but I'm out of time.
Give him some more time.
No, I've also found all of you to be very welcoming. Personally, I felt quite welcomed by all of you and by past members of council. And when we've had differences of idea or points of view, you know, that's great. Why would you not? I mean, we all have different points of view. And I think we've been pretty effective at working through those on many levels. So anyway, I just thought it was time I stood up here and said some good things about staff, because you've got some great people working for this city and serving this city at all levels. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Dwight Martin. He's welcome back next week. Is there anybody else that would like to address the council at this time? Everybody's saving their comments for the town center discussion. Okay, next is consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. The consent agenda includes payroll for the period ending July 31st, payroll for the period ending August 15th, and payroll for the period ending August 31st, approval of the claims for the period ending August 3rd, approval of the claims for the period ending August 17th, approval of the claims for the period ending September 7th, and then approval of minutes from the July 13th joint meeting with the Planning Commission, approval of minutes of the July 20th regular meeting, approval of minutes for the July 27th special meeting and study session. It's been a few weeks since we've had a meeting, so we have a lot of things on the consent agenda. If there's no changes, then all those in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? By your vote of 6-0, it's approved. Next, we come to the public hearing continuation of, it's actually the sixth reading, adopting the Town Center Development Regulations as Title 21B of the Sammamish Municipal Code, adopting the zoning map amendments for the Town Center sub-area, amending provisions of Title 20, and adopting the Town Center Infrastructure Plan. Cameron, you've got a PowerPoint or something, right?
I always do, Mr. Mayor, yes. So we're lowering down the shades and think we're going to need even a few more so the audience can see. First, I do want to thank, if Dwight Martin is still here, there he is. Thank you very much for the kind words. We do appreciate it. It's a pleasure working with Dwight and a lot of other members of the development community. You know, we deal with some controversial subjects by their very nature, so there are times when it can be challenging, but a kind word is always well received, and I'll pass that along to staff, and we very much appreciate you coming here tonight. I'll walk through a couple of PowerPoint slides here, Mr. Mayor, and then you'll be reopening public testimony. So here's our introductory slide. As you recall, this is your review of the recommended town center development regs. So you first opened your hearing in June, early June. You've continued the public hearing several times to tonight. Over the course of this public hearing, we've received and recorded literally dozens of written comments and verbal input. The city clerk's worked hard to make sure that each council member gets an up-to-date copy of those materials, and we're kind of batching them. I believe you have another set with you here tonight. The email traffic has kind of arced up in this last week or so, so there's been sometimes the council is getting copied directly, other times we're forwarding that on. But we're trying to make sure that we catalog all the public comment that we hear as a part of your official record. I want to note that on August 20th, the staff followed through on what we said we'd do, is to put out a package of new draft code language and 18 different decision points we put on the city website. And then we followed up with blue binders for the council members that were put on your inboxes on the 25th. Those represent our compilation of the changes that have been proposed to Title 21B and some of the associated materials, and also put in the form of what we call decision points on individual subjects for the council to make a decision on. So those were put out there while the public hearing is open, so that was deliberate so that we could, in fact, take public comment on the actual amendatory language for the code. So not just the, hey, please change this, but okay, now we've made a proposed change. What do you think of the language? So your next step here tonight, council members, is to reopen the public hearing and continue to take any testimony. After that, I think you have a choice as to whether to close the public hearing, which was our recommendation in the staff memo, or continue it. You can do two types of continuation. Just continue it generally for both verbal and written comments until your September 21st meeting, or you could continue it for written comments only. That'll be up to you as to where you want to close or continue. My sense is that we may have time to start at least looking at some of the decision points here tonight. If you keep the public hearing open, I have to caution you about getting into deliberations, because you can't really officially do that. But I think if there are any questions that are clarifying that are helpful for the staff to answer, for example, onto the decision points or other materials that you have put in front of you, or if you'd like a staff response to some of the public comment, I think we can use some time well tonight to at least make some progress along that. So I don't know how many people have signed up, but I think you can go ahead and start taking public comment.
Okay, well, public hearing is now open. Do we have a sign-up list? Nope. Then is there anybody that would like to address the council at this time? Just step up to the podium, give your name and address.
Hi, my name is Bob Lynette. My wife and I own the 8.5 acres just north of City Hall on the corner of 228th and Southeast 4th Street in the southwest quadrant. So we are part of the Lou Lynette proposal. Raised my kids here. We've paid taxes on our place for 43 years now. I've served as chair of the commissioners of our water and sewer district when we had about 500 hookups on the entire plateau. I've also served as a planning commissioner in another county in the state, and I don't want to count the number of planning citizen groups I've sat on over the years related to the town center. We've teamed with the Liu family to make a single project on 13 acres, and we'll create a first-class integrated green village. And so that you know, our family and the Liu family have known each other for more than 20 years. As a matter of fact, we sold the Liu family that 5 acres above us probably 24 years ago or so, something like that. And we've been in touch ever since. And so the idea of our combining our properties together is not something just thought of in the last couple of years. It's been ongoing for a really, really long time because it made such good sense, just two owners on 13 plus acres of land. I'm going to submit or have submitted other testimony, but with your permission, I'd like to read a note we just got maybe an hour ago or so, an hour and a half ago, from Joe Liu, who is off seeking financing for the town center for our proposal now. Without resorting to the kinds of blatantly self-serving and unfounded attacks on my teams, as well as the city's tremendous effort on the town center plan, just let me respond to the ongoing false claims regarding our project by assuring you that I have spent an overwhelming amount of time, money, and resources to put together a solid plan for the Village at the Park project. We've engaged 2 architects, geotechnical engineers, land planner, surveyor, wetland biologist, mixed building contractor, and structural and civil engineers to help us develop and review a conceptual development plan consistent with the town center plan and the draft zoning code as recommended by the Planning Commission. We met Habitat for Humanities and have forged an informal agreement with them regarding integration of affordable housing into the mixed-use project. We are poised to move forward with the UZDP as soon as the zoning code is adopted. We are meeting candidates who are interested in financing our project. I will miss tonight's September 7th public hearing as I will be in Asia responding to another of many interested investors. I'll submit the rest of this, but I can just tell you it's very encouraging. And one very last thing, I did a bean count over the weekend of the 57 submittals to you that were on the web page. And if you count one person who submitted more than 50% of all the comments as one person, what you'll find is that of those favoring or opposing this zoning, that is putting the town center zone into place now, better than 80% have said do it. I have taken out those who are looking for sort of spot zoning or tax relief, which is a very legitimate thing to be looking for in this. And I hope you can resolve this to that allows us to go ahead with this development, but at the same time give some tax relief or at least some breathing space like option C does, for those of us who, or those who do not want to be taxed off their land. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alex Kimball.
Gimbal or Kimball?
Or is it Kerschel? I'm not sure I can read it right.
What?
What is your last name?
Kimball.
It is Kimball, okay.
Yeah, you got it right.
Mm-hmm.
Switcher here.
That's it.
Well, she's started that. My name is Alex Kimball. I'm the architect hired by the Liu and Lynette on the Liu and Lynette properties. Been here before, and I'm happy to see you again. First of all, I want to compliment
Is it keynote?
the keynote. Thank you. I would like to compliment the city of Sammamish and all the hard work that's gone into your master plan, your town center plan, and your zoning efforts. And you got to be complimented. We work all over the world, and you guys have something that can really work here. So, you ready? I'm sorry.
Sam Center Plaza.
This is a little description of what we're doing right now. This is the corner. Can we get the lights down a little bit?
Camera is coming.
First of all, before we start, we're doing work all over the world, and on community centers, pedestrian communities, what we're focusing on right now. And in today's economy and green systems and off the grid and all that kind of stuff. Your town center plan allows for a majority of those kind of terms, and here's what we plan to do. So this is the corner, a sketch from the corner of Northeast 8th and 228th, and right across from the City Hall. Next, please. Let's see, I guess I'll go this. This is along the 228th, what it could be like. And we have a series of alleyways. That's an entrance to an alleyway with retail on the bottom, offices, and then housing on top. Next. Can I do that? Or there's a blow up of what it's like. Next, please. A little sample of what we're talking about. There you go. Next. You can almost go through these very, very quickly. This is the circulation for traffic. You have the 228th. Let's see if I get this working. I thought I had a laser here. I guess I don't.
Showing an entrance on 228.
228th, 8th, City Hall.
Could you repeat that, please?
Okay, 228th, 8th, City Hall. This is the property line of basically about like this. Half the property, or not half the property, but several acres up to 3 to 5 acres is going to be given back to the park, city park, as wetlands or parkland. Circulation down, automobile traffic circulation down, out and around, accessed along trails and all that, and these are access points into parking structures. This is a level road, comes from 228, we'll call it the retail space, all the way over here to the bottom of the City Hall and the Tom Plaza.
I have a question for you.
Yes, of course.
I thought we said we would have no more entrances on 228.
We have yet to do our master plan, and we're hoping to get all that through. This one can be, right now it's got 2 entrances, so we're not adding any more on. Okay, next, please. This is the street, the arched street, retail street. Next. And these are the way the housing units above the retail work on the first level up. They were like this, and you have these alleyways right here, which I'll, next please. And these are the masses of the buildings. These are all housing units like that on the next level up. And this terraces. There's a terrace here, a terrace here, a terrace here. The main street, which is level, terrace here, terrace there, and all the way down to the bottom. Next, please. Oops. This is parking below all of that. So we have parking access. Next, please. And we are parking at 5 cars per 1,000 in most of the retail. Another example of what can be like. Next. This is pedestrian access. You have a pedestrian courtyard here. These are stairways going down the hill. So stairway, stairway, and a stairway here. This is handicap sidewalks, and then these are different alleyways through here. Yes, next. As we go above that, we have turned the buildings the opposite way. I'm going to keep talking here just for a second. We've turned the buildings to let visibility and sunlight into the space. Next, please. Oops, there we go. This is one of the alleyways. Next, please. And this to show we have worked it over the topog. Here's flat and level. Here's a retail space, parking underneath. Next.
So do the alleyways allow traffic, automobile traffic or delivery trucks or anything?
All deliveries will probably be here on the main street during off hours as you would a normal downtown street.
Mm-hmm.
Next, please. The alleyways are strictly pedestrian alleys, like this. You have a series of stairways, and you have the pedestrian alleys going the opposite, other directions.
Where is that? Italy?
Looks like it.
And this is at the center of the plaza, at the center of the curve. Next, please. This is the upper plaza at the northeast corner, or southeast corner, coming down through the center of the stairway all the way to the lake, or the pond here. This is the main street here. So you have retail at these levels, housing above that, and offices above that. And that's basically the plan. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to working with you.
Great, thank you, Alex. Next is John Potter.
Good evening. I'm definitely going to need the lights because I'm half blind to start with, let alone trying to read my notes in the dark. I'm going to be very brief. There's really only a couple of items I'd like to go through in context with the Lou and Lynette properties. And that's the zoning and then also the potential investment opportunities for funding a project such as this. And they're interrelated. We're currently working with several different private investor types on other projects. And I'm here to tell you tonight that there is money out there, private investment monies available, provided they're all risk adverse. They'd like to make sure that their investments are safe. And so zoning is imperative. If we don't have zoning, it's an indication to the investment community that the city is not committed to the town center plan. We need to have that in place. Coincidentally, of course, we do not have any situation where one of the property owners is concerned about being taxed out of their homes. That's a non-issue as far as the southwest quadrant. We would encourage you to adopt option A. We can support option C, which is, option A is what the Planning Commission recommended to implement the town center plan. Option C works provided we can get zoning now. And the importance of getting the implementation of zoning now is that the UZPD process is going to cost anywhere from $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 for preliminary engineering, for the details necessary for parks, sustainable development ideas, architecture, that, and traffic study, supplementing the city's EIS, and it's a very involved process to go through that. And without zoning, it's very difficult to justify spending that kind of money with not having zoning in place. To go through that process and then find out during your UZPD process that for some reason something happened in terms of to an amendment to the town center plan or to the zoning code, it doesn't make sense. So we would ask you, if you want to shut the door to the private investment community opportunities, that's a surefire way to do it. We need that zoning in order to proceed. And we're poised to move forward with the UZPD process as soon as the zoning code's adopted. As Bob Lynette indicated, Joe would be here tonight if he hadn't been asked to meet with one of those potential investors. So thank you for your time. I've got several handouts here, one of which is a perspective, but it was originally a submittal to the, what's the alliance called? Quality Growth Alliance, which is made up of ULI, environmental groups. It's a neat organization. They've asked us to resubmit it. It was really premature for us to submit that initially, but we've been asked to resubmit that once we have gone further into pulling together information. We're looking we're excited about the prospects of working with staff to ensure that this project does meet all the policies and goals of the town center plan and meets the requirements of the zoning code. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much, John. Next is Tom Granger.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Tom Granger. I represent Habitat for Humanity of East King County, located at 16315 Northeast 87th Street in Redmond. But as I've said many times before this council, I also hope that I represent the hardworking, low-income families from all over East King County, including Sammamish. And I am here to talk again about a couple of issues around affordable housing. One is there has been some concern expressed about the mandatory 10% affordable housing provisions of these town center regs. And I'd just like to point out a number of things. One is relative to the city's commitment to the Growth Management Act and the affordable housing goals that stem from that. And those goals, which I believe the city has affirmed in its own documents, would call for hundreds. It's in excess of 500 units of affordable housing in the city. The town center is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the city of Sammamish. And even at the 10%, it doesn't come near satisfying that goal. And to lower it just takes the city further and further away from that stated commitment, actually. So I would just suggest that that be seriously considered. This is a real opportunity to address that. And I think that, you know, getting back to the basis for that goal and for your commitment to it should be reconsidered before anything is done about changing that plan. And secondly, the consideration on the timing delay that might have on moving forward. And as you heard, there is some urgency to moving forward at this point. And the second thing is any concern about the ability for developers to meet that goal. And I have been working with a number of owners and developers on this, and as far as I can tell, the Lou and Lynette team is really advanced in its development of their project and has made their commitment, has indicated that it is doable. And so I would suggest that we look at those developers that are furthest along as to whether this is really doable, as opposed to concerns of people who really haven't gotten to that stage of development yet and expressing concerns about this. I really wonder the basis for that concern. So I'm actually not here just to ask you to do all the work. I'm here to bring Habitat for Humanity's commitment to work with you to make this happen and to provide that little aspect of the town center around affordable housing to make it happen, to make it a reality. I'm sure we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, Tom, question?
Mr. Granger, two things. How many cities around us have a mandate for 10% in new development?
I actually believe that you are a model in that area. There are some that have incentivized plans, but I believe that this is the future. And as you look at the state of budgets of the state, the county, and cities around, I think you'll find that this is actually the way that cities will address this in the future.
The second question I have is, even if the developers can do it, the tension is between how much the landowners get and are willing to sell for, and how much the developers have to make with their profit, projected and stuff. And things like affordable housing and other amenities take away in our intention with the landowners. So when you make mandates rather than incentives, you're pulling the tension, and we have landowners who say, well, our plan's horrible because they can't make enough money off of it to satisfy what might be reasonable demands. Concerns on their part to realize a reasonable return on their investments. So affordable housing, to me, we have a 10% incentive above the 10% mandate. So that's, I think, unusual to have 20%, is it not?
As far as mandate plus incentivized, I think it is. I'm not sure if there was a question in there, but I'd like to give an answer. What was that?
I didn't hear one.
I'm done.
But I'm happy to give an answer anyway. And that is two things. One is I would look at those developers that are furthest along, and if they've demonstrated it's possible to consider that. The other is that this is, as I say, an opportunity of a generation to jumpstart the program here in the city of Sammamish. And I just would hate to see you lose it. The only other way and this is a tool that the city now has. There's an opportunity for windfall indeed through this zoning and regulations. There's an opportunity for windfall profits, or there's an opportunity to distribute that, to share that, to meet the city's goals. And I would just highlight the affordable housing goal that the city has and say this is a tool. After this, your next option is cash. I don't think I need to say anything more.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Mark.
Thank you, Tom. Tom, I had a question for you. One of the documents that we received was Housing 101. Isn't this something that Arch put together?
Yes, it is.
In going through this, I'm looking at Figure 11, and it shows that on an annual average for different cities in low-income housing, 50% of median and 80% of median. It shows like a Bothell, which is a smaller city than us, as having created 6 units in the 50% of median. Them having an annual target of 19, but they created 6. And then 51 on an annual average at 80% of median. The Sammamish numbers on annual average is 1 at 50% of median. At 80% of median, according to this updated in March 2009, our annual average is 0.0%.
Mr. Cross, I also believe that the 1 is a rounding up number.
Right. The question I have is this figure 16, which shows us as a percentage for housing behind, on a percentage basis, behind Bellevue, Bothell, Issaquah, Kenmore, Kirkland, Mercer Island, Newcastle, Redmond, Woodinville, Point Cities, East Side cities, unincorporated, by type, shows us as having virtually all single-family housing, which is not usually in the affordable range. Are we like 98% single-family, or is that, was there a number percentage here? Because it's just a bar on the table.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that's an Arch document. And for those of you that know Arthur Sullivan, I would in no way try to represent Arthur or Arch and the work they do, fabulous work that they do. So I can't speak to that, what's in that document.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Tom? Thanks a lot. Sure, come on up. You're next on the list.
Bill Stern, 13212 178th Avenue Northeast in Redmond. And I'm here representing several property owners in the northwest quadrant. And we'd like you to pass and urge you to pass the zoning and development regulations. The agenda originally called for discussion and then adoption tonight. I have a sense that that's probably not going to happen. Anyway, we'd like to get it done as soon as we can. Last week, you had numerous comments on your website as far as comments in the town center were concerned. Our comments on the decision points are included in a couple of letters on the website. As of 4 o'clock today, and in deference to Bob, wherever he is, he said the letters you had from citizens were about 80% in favor of the town center plan. Well, I'm here to tell you that as of 4 o'clock today, that figure is closer to 96%. So if you do simple math, I would think that the majority of people want the town center regulations adopted as soon as we possibly can do it. And to support that number, I'm turning in a proxy sheet that's got, I don't know, about 10 names on it.
Bill, get close to the microphone, please. Yeah, thank you.
Pardon? There's about 10 names on that proxy sheet. And Don told me that I could have a total of 5 minutes, but I'm going to take less than that, actually. First of all, the zoning and development regulations are workable as they are today. We would like to see them get passed. We also understand you've got 18 other things to look at, and that's fine. And in that regard, I'd like to offer a couple of comments. The main comment being that whatever you do, you should provide for whatever flexibility you can for a developer. They're going to go into this project with the expectation of making some money, and they don't want to be hamstrung by a lot of regulations that are untenable. My next comment has to do with e-zoning. My opinion is that e-zoning was a very bad one at its inception. It simply provides for preferential treatment for a small minority of property owners. Now, adding more e-zoning just makes it worse. It simply adds another layer of uncertainty. You're faced with a decision regarding an overlay, which sounds like a good idea. If you do that, I would urge you to change your zoning map to eliminate the e-zoning and overlay the whole thing. That'll give you a chance to do at least one thing. You've got one existing property owner in the e-zone across the street who absolutely does not want to be there. He really did not want e-zoning, and you chose to paint him with a green brush. So this would be an opportunity to change that. The proposal you've got in front of you, the very last sentence is weasel worded. And it gives the council the opportunity to extend that overlay indefinitely. I don't know who put it in there. I don't agree with it. You should have a finite term, and 3 years is as good as anything. In deference to the previous speaker, we would suggest you reduce the affordable housing requirement. By the same token, if you wanted to provide an incentive that is worthwhile to him, I'm sure you could get more than the 5%. We also feel that counting condos, apartments, and cottages below 800 square feet as 1/2 of a dwelling unit is a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Is there anybody else that would like to address the council?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Denise Stiffarm, here tonight representing the Lake Washington School District, and I'll be brief because I've talked with you before, and most recently we submitted a letter dated June 15th, 2010. Just wanted tonight to urge the council to adopt an amendment to allow for public and institutional facilities to be viewed in their entirety as something other than commercial. This is option A in the staff's proposed amendment for decision point 3. And this is consistent with the stated intent of the town center plan, and also would permit the district, who owns a 15.5 acre site in the northeast quadrant, to potentially in the future develop a master plan for a non-traditional school site that well could reflect a mix of both commercial and school type development. The second point tonight is just to urge that there be an amendment to clarify that schools are permitted in all areas of the town center. Again, this is consistent with the the stated intent of the adopted town center plan. And while the district has no intent at this time to purchase additional property in the town center, it would be good to have that flexibility in the event there is the need for more school facilities as the town center and the surrounding area is built out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to address the council?
Hi, my name is Peter Clausen. I live at 21410 Southeast 5th Place, very close to Southeast 8th and 212. I think the project looks fantastic, and it's one of the reasons we were excited about moving to Sammamish from California about 5 years ago. The one thing that I would encourage you to do, not at the at delay of the project, because I think it should proceed as quick as possible, is to make sure that you address sidewalks and bike lanes to get into that and not leave it as an island for an indefinite future. I don't know if this has been addressed before, but if my family could walk there or ride there, it would, just add traffic to the downtown center. Otherwise, it looks fantastic. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Peter.
He hasn't heard his kids are to be calming devices.
John Galvin, 432 220th Avenue Southeast. I could talk this evening about the project which I'm involved in. There seems to have been a conspiratory silence about it. I mean, we're far ahead of the Leo property and Lynette properties. We've had land assembled since 2002. We've spent tens of thousands of dollars on plans. We've offered senior center, community centers to the city. We have roads mapped out. We've done all this work, but nobody talks about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. But I don't want to talk about that tonight either. I could talk about the disproportionate amount of commercial space allocated to the O'Brien and Leo property. O'Brien property, 20,000 square feet of commercial development on about an acre of land. If that proportion of commercial was allocated to our area, we'd have 200,000 square feet, sufficient to really push a project. I could talk about how the Leo property somehow expanded from 4.5 acres to 9.5 acres with land from the Lynette property that really isn't buildable, but it gives them a much higher residential density. I could talk about that, but I won't. I could talk about lots of other things, but what I want to talk about is the Vasa. This is a ship built in Sweden in the 17th century. It's on display in a Swedish museum. It was commissioned by the King of Sweden to be the grandest warship in all of Europe. Deck upon deck of cannon, large staterooms, intricate carving, just reams and reams of sails, just masts that went high into the sky. And I can imagine that just before the ship was launched, they had all kinds of wonderful speeches. And the architects and the builders and the artisans were all complimented. And of course, the king was said, "You've done the most magnificent job. This will, make you, just known throughout all of Europe." And the suspense grew, and the order was given to let the ship roll down into the bay, and it went down, slid, went out on the water, and about 150, 200 yards out, this beautiful, magnificent ship rolled over and sank. It didn't survive the real-life test. Well, that's where we are now. We're at the real-life test. You're going to pass this. You're going to push it through, make a few changes. Let's see how it works. because we'll see if it does a little better than VASA. We all hope it does. But the real life test is what we're at now. So let's see. Good luck to everybody.
Thank you, John. The moral is to keep your center of gravity low, is that it? Any other people that would like to comment? No? Well, now we have a decision, council, as to whether we want to simply close the oral hearing and keep the written open until next meeting or so, in case we make some changes and we would allow written comment. Mr. City Manager.
And implications are, if you continue with the hearing with the written comments, that it'll put restrictions on you in terms of debating and starting the approval process of this. So, I mean, we can still talk about the issues, clarify the amendments and et cetera, but we can't take formal action. That's what I've been told by our legal counsel. So it's your pleasure. You can do it both ways. I just want you to know the consequences of which way, each one of those options.
Bruce, could you clarify that a little more? We could have deliberations but can't take formal votes until we've actually closed the written, or what?
Well, actually, deliberations would be postponed until such time as you receive all the information that you're going to gather from the record. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the concern that's being expressed, because to enter into, we'll call them deliberations, without having the record closed means that anything you do is subject to change upon receipt of new or additional information. Mm-hmm. In order to avoid that process and that inefficiency, the recommendation is that you not begin any deliberations until such time as you close the record.
Mm-hmm. So what we could do, for example, tonight is we could discuss some of these different choices and discuss what we like about the different choices, but not actually vote on which choice we're going to implement. Is that it?
That's correct.
And if we see some other options we'd like staff to come back with, we could bring that up this evening.
Yes.
What's your choice, council? Comments? Mark?
I'm concerned that the discussion, along with the discussion of preferences, is deliberations, and I don't want to have us proceed in a way that puts our decision-making in peril. The one part of the decision packages that I've read that would potentially benefit from additional input is if the council were to consider the options regarding opting out of zoning and knowing who actually wanted to opt out of it. Other than that, the idea that we're going to talk about the pros and cons of the various options, to me, how do you define that differently than deliberation?
Bruce?
Let me add a clarification. We're not talking about legal restrictions. We're talking about practical restrictions here. I mean, in theory, you could deliberate if you wish to while maintaining the record is open. Problem is that you run the risk of taking 2 steps forward and then 1 step back, again, upon receipt of additional information. So it's not a legal restriction we're talking about. We're pragmatic.
No legal problem then.
Okay. Nancy?
Would you clarify, too, is there a legal restriction on actually taking a vote if the hearing's still open? I don't think, I can't recall that there is. I mean, I'm surprised that we handle it that way, because I haven't seen that I recall elsewhere.
Well, when you talk about taking a vote, are you talking about a vote upon the ordinance?
On aspects of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I don't believe that there is a legal restriction.
I never had heard
regard.
that. And it's very frustrating to me because I always like process and input.
What we've done in the past is we've taken separate sections, deliberated on them, picked our choices, and then at the end, when we were through deliberation, then we took a vote on the entire program as amended. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. And it's within council's discretion to decide what process you wish to proceed with. Again, apart from the practical aspects, is that it is likely, if not possible, that as you deliberate assuming you keep the record open, you'll continue to receive input. So you'll be juggling those changes that you might vote on with the additional input that you receive. So it's really a question of what process feels most comfortable to the council.
But then we wouldn't be taking a final vote until the final vote. So,
That's true, but that goes back to my comment about 2 steps forward, 1
Right.
step back.
Other comments?
John James.
John?
My personal opinion is I don't think there's anybody, maybe I'm wrong in this room even, that would think that we haven't heard over the past 7 years every angle of public and written comment about this issue, and I think there's a lot of anxious people for us to start deliberations by closing the public comment.
Tom?
John basically took the words out of my mouth. We've had 8 years or so of input. Yes, there may be some things that come up during the deliberations that would require clarification from staff. And I have a couple of items, frankly, right now that I think might be in that category. But I'm in favor of closing debate and starting our deliberations.
Okay, any other comments?
I would be in favor of closing.
Input, I'm sorry.
Could I make a motion?
Sure, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we close public and written comment and move to deliberation.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Any further discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Public hearing's closed. Yeah. So now we'll start deliberation, and we've got plenty of time on our hands this evening.
Can I get that chair in here, please?
When do we get to ask Cameron all our questions?
Well, and that might make a sense, and Ben and Mr. Mayor, you decide how you want to use the time. We've prepared PowerPoint slides, and a draft of the PowerPoint was included in your blue binders there. Been a few changes to make things a little more clear since that draft, but the slides kind of walk the council through the decision points one by one. It might make sense to solicit either we could start walking through these issues and take questions on that issue and deliberate and make a decision and then move to the next one, or if you want to have general questions for staff to get you started, I'm happy to do that.
Mr. City Manager might have a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've done this in the past with the SMP process and the earlier approval of the EIS document of the town center. So it worked very well for council. If we go issue by issue, and then we'll keep track of any issue has impact in either the previous issues that have been discussed or approved by the council or upcoming issues. So we'll be the tracker for those items. But my recommendation, let's try to simplify this thing and just go with the smaller bites rather than taking the whole huge plan at a time.
Well, you have those listed decision points, but you also have the red line version of the whole plan.
That's right.
When we first went through the plan, we provided a lot of input and comments, and I think that plus public comments resulted in the red line version. Is that correct, Cameron?
That's right. And in fact, my first slide presumes, kind of presages your comment, Mr. Mayor. Just to recap, when we last met on this subject on July 27th, we presented 4 major decision points. We also told you we'd be coming back with an additional set, and that's what was included in your packet of 14 additional ones. But the point number 3 on the PowerPoint slide gets at your point that you just made, that we created what we call a base document, and it is exactly how we did the Shoreline Master Program by presenting kind of a revised base document. And in this case, it is 21B, and it has a variety of housekeeping. These are minor changes that are simply corrections that have been identified along the way. I want to thank the careful readers, Mr. Mayor, Planning Commissioner Bump, and others who pointed out a variety of those. And then minor revisions that seem to reflect a consensus amongst the public comment and staff and council member comments that we've taken along the way. So these are what I call second-tier changes. They are shown in that track changes format in your binder in the 21B. So as you leaf through 21B 05, 0.10, 15, etc., you'll see those changes reflected there. So all those changes we would call kind of a second tier or minor set of changes. Our recommendation is you actually start with those and simply move to put 21B as amended in that set before you, and then you start walking through the decision points to take on the various policy issues. Those policy issues would then modify the base document. Once you're done with all the policy issues, you have the base document, you have the modifications, and you can take a vote on the whole thing. Does that make sense?
Yes. If we start with the base document and you have these decision points, but there are also some issues in it, so should we go page by page through the base document? Anybody have any
You
issues?
certainly could. I don't know that it's absolutely necessary, but and I haven't heard questions from council members about individual page changes, but you could go section by section, for example. Any questions on 05, any questions on 10. That might be an efficient way of doing it.
Nancy?
I did not get my book because nobody told me it was in my box until Friday, and it was Labor Day weekend, and I did not get a chance to go through in detail the red line version. I did go through the talking points. I would prefer, just from my standpoint, and I'm open to anything, since I haven't looked at the red line version because I didn't know the book was there, I'd prefer to discuss that, focus on that part of it next time, or maybe start into it, but focus on that next time, and start with the decision points.
Okay. The city manager left. I was thinking we ought to review the calendar from now on also.
So you've got September 21st is your next date where we're showing this item on your agenda for that night as well. City manager talked to me earlier about potentially a special meeting at the end of the month on the 28th as well, if need be. I think it's his goal to get done with the town center regs in September so that your October is free for the budget process, and I think he's right that you'll need that time. So I think you have tonight, you have the 21st, and if you can't finish in those two dates, we're talking about a special meeting on the 28th.
Just a quick polling, is there anybody that couldn't come on the 28th if we did need a meeting?
I would just have to leave by 9.
Okay. Good. So we have that as a contingency plan.
Okay.
And now, since we have 2 weeks between tonight's deliberation and the 21st, if, as Nancy said, that we had chance in the next week to review the base document in detail and had some comments on it for staff, perhaps getting it to staff by the end of this week, you could be prepared to address those when we go through it on the 21st. Would that work?
That'd work. I still think it would make sense for you to formally move to have the base document before you. So it's, I guess we need to keep both documents in mind because the decision points would modify the base document. So keep that in mind as we go through the decision points. You can't separate them entirely. They are interlinked.
Okay, are we okay with that process, Nancy?
You know, when we had the shoreline management, it was very helpful. You took one set of changes which were minor or something that there was no policy discussion about,
Right.
and put them into one box, and that we just dealt with like that. And then the other ones were the ones that, like non-conforming, that were substantive policy issues.
Right.
Can you somehow wheedle down the base document when it comes back to us for a more full discussion so that the minor things that we really don't need, that there's no obvious debate about, you can put in one box and keep the other box for discussion points?
I certainly could. I think we're already there, though, Deputy Mayor, that I would consider everything that's in the base document in a minor category. Now, that certainly exhibits some judgment on my call, but having gone through this with the council on big documents before, big policy decisions, I think I've got a pretty good feeling as to what's a minor versus a major thing. And if there's any question, we err towards putting it in front of you as a major item. So I feel very confident that what's in the base document really does reflect minor changes that are helpful, certainly not unimportant. I want to have them adopted, but I would not spend your time going through them in detail. I would focus your time on
So
the
the
major.
motion would be to to bring on the base document with the amendments that are proposed as part of it, so we don't have to go through those unless we have an issue with them.
That's correct. I think by making that motion starting tonight and getting that in front of you, it doesn't preclude you from changing the base document. Certainly, the major decision points will change the base document. And if after further review of the base document, any council member has a question or need for a correction, that can come up either tonight, 21st, 28th. You're not limited in any way, but it sort of preserves the logical order that we have something to amend.
And I think I'd like to reiterate that as you go through the red line base document in the next week, if you see some mistakes or issues that you want to bring up, send Cameron an email and list them all. Should we CC the rest of the council so that?
It's always helpful so that your colleagues know what's on your mind. That way if there's a simple question and answer clarification, I can then respond to all. We always try to keep everybody clearly informed.
Good. John?
I just, seeing how I think it was said earlier that there seems to be some conclusion we're not going to finish this process tonight, and we've already pigeonholed the 28th as a possibility of having an additional meeting. I will not be here on the 21st. I think I've given all my input to staff in terms of some of the changes, on the line items, but I really was hoping we could get through these decision points this evening.
Okay, well, how about starting with the motion to approve the base document and get that on the table, and then we'll go to decision points. Tom?
Then I've got a couple of things I need to get off my chest here. We're at the airport, the plane's at the gate, passengers are on board. Some of us are happy to be on, some of us are not. The pilot's going through his checklist, and one of the things on my checklist is a financial evaluation of this whole thing. The town center plan, master plan, has a financial analysis in it that is now 6 to 7 years old, dated, and very frankly, I have a hard time voting for anything in this document until that is updated. I want to know, frankly, if for the citizens of the city, if it makes sense financially for us to go ahead with this thing from a city viewpoint, not from the standpoint of the individual property owners. If I were a property owner in this area, and I'm not, I would be chomping at the bit to go forward. But I am a property owner in a different part of the city where I'm concerned about having my taxes raised in the future because this thing becomes a cash drain on the city.
Well, that's a good comment. Mark?
I think Mr. Odell is expressing a thought that is not limited just to him. However, I would point out that in adopting this plan, we are not adopting a specific commitment on behalf of the city to expend funds. I would think that the follow-on work that the city would be doing would be to look at a range of things that we might do, and some of them may be just creating structures like a local improvement district that isn't where we're putting money into it, but we are financing the paperwork and the planning and the meetings to actually create a local improvement district. That's one thing. It's possible that in other situations, we may actually decide as one of the property owners in the town center to put forward some funds to build some component of it or some public space that's included in here. But those are all separate decisions that we would be making and are future decisions, not decisions that would be made with this plan.
I agree with that.
Good.
Just wanted to acknowledge that John Curley has arrived.
May the record show that Mr. Curley's here. Nice traffic this evening, huh?
Oh, my God.
Nancy?
I would like to, it's sort of like physics where everything's a moving target. Nothing stays still in a moment in time. It's all moving all the time. And while I think if we had all the time and more money, I think it'd be great to update the studies. But frankly, I'm ready to move forward. You can study something to death, and you can study the studies. And I think we have enough of a handle on it. I think we've done our due diligence, and I think by the time we updated our study, things would change. The market's so very different now than it was 3 years ago. And where it's going to be in 3 years is who knows. But I mean, anything we do may be very obsolete and have no relevance whatsoever. So I'm ready to go forward.
Financial updates.
Tom?
Nancy, I recognize all that.
I'm sure you do. I mean, in the ideal world, I'd agree with you. Excuse me.
The fact is, though, for the last several months, I have made a number of requests of staff on this subject, and I'm disappointed that has not happened yet. As far as studies go, yes, I know the circumstances today are different than they were when the study was done, but what I would suggest the way to do it would be to assume the same market conditions today as then, but simply to look at what else has changed that could impact the ongoing operating cost of the city of going down this path.
Cameron, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I would acknowledge that Councilmember Odell has made that request to staff, and I apologize that we've not fulfilled that request. It is a relatively major endeavor to go back and redo all of the work that's in the plan. Having been intimately involved when we developed the work, and most of that work was done in late 2007 and through almost mid-2008. So we're about 2.5 to 3 years after the work was actually done. I can at least give you a comment on how the world has changed, at least from my perch. One, the project cost estimates that we made at this time are probably lower. Our experience has been in this last couple of years, that's the one bright light in city finances these days, is that project costs have been dropping. And I think it's a competitive world, and that's one advantage of a recessionary economy, is that you can buy public works a little cheaper than you could before. So probably on the expense side of these charts that are in the adopted town center plan, if you really redid the work, I'm guessing you'd come in a little bit lower. If our experience holds true, it's been anywhere between 5 and 30%. On the revenue side, the known revenues accounted for a very small portion of these charts. The large portion was potential revenues, which means decisions that have not actually been made yet. And they included some things that have been mentioned earlier here tonight. Local improvement districts, transportation benefit districts, changes to our impact fee schedules, and a variety of other sources. Those of you who participate at AWC know that there's been discussions at the state legislature for different financing tools for public infrastructure. That's still the big portion of our unknown list, and that was true then. And I'm afraid to say it's still true today. We don't have any other sources of revenue that have come to the city that are known and that I could add to this bar chart with confidence. We're still talking about choices the city will have to make. So I don't mean to pretend that my comments are a redo of your chapter here, Councilmember Odell. You're entitled to have the work done as you requested. And again, I apologize for not following through on that request. But that's my qualitative response as to what I think the result is going to be at the end of the day. I'm not sure that the two analyses going through these development regulations and a redo of this, while they're absolutely related, I'm not sure they're as interdependent as we need. And in other words, I think you can safely go forward with the development regulations now. And if this is the will of the council to go back and update this chapter, we'll follow through on that and give you updated materials.
Any other comments on that? Michelle?
I'm not concerned about the financials because the decisions, each
point would have to have its own decision outside of the town center. And so we'll have to wrestle with that, with the current situation at hand, when we make those decisions that are going to affect the bottom line of the city. I mean, we've all talked about how we're going to get the town center going, and that seems to be what I'd like to work on next. I mean, what does that look like? Does that mean we put a local improvement district together? Do we invite developers in here? Obviously, we've got a project that is looking for financing, and it seems to be pretty close to be ready to go. So maybe that's our test to see how that comes together, and what is needed on behalf of the city to make it successful. So it's not going to hinder my ability to approve the town center.
Well, I don't see a consensus to support reopening the financial at this time. I think during the budget deliberations, we can talk about that as a question whether we want to do that any further.
Don, I want to talk about sometime,
Okay.
whether it's done in conjunction with the regulations, which may not be the appropriate venue. And I admit there's a problem with that. And I also would say I can go ahead with the regulations end of this thing. What I am questioning, in light of a whole lot of vacant retail space in areas around here, if this thing still makes as much sense today as it did when we started this whole process. There's been a lot of water over the dam, and there's been a fundamental shift in the economy that may take a while to come out. Now, the other side of that coin is it will take a while for this thing to actually come to fruition. I'm not so much concerned about the capital costs. As Mark said, there are ways of dealing with that through LIDs. But what I am concerned about us is going down this road, getting to the point where the thing is under construction and we have a 50% vacancy rate. Yeah, what does that do to our revenue base?
Okay, I think that I don't hear a motivation to go further with the financial right now, but I think during the budget process, that can be a discussion we can have. Everybody comfortable with that? Okay, Mark?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we adopt an ordinance on the town center plan regulations as a part of Title 21B of the Sammamish Municipal Code, adopting zoning, map amendments for the town center sub-area, and amending provisions of Title 20 and adopting the town center infrastructure plan.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Mr. Adele said he had 2 points.
Oh,
I wondered what I support the motion, but I just was wondering what the second point was.
do you remember what your second point was?
At this point, no.
Okay, so.
You got your
so we have-
second over here.
We have a
though.
motion, was that the second?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so we now have a motion on the table. And so now we're ready to discuss things.
Right. So we can go ahead and proceed in with your process. Again, here's what we've laid out. You've actually gone through all of the items on this list, so thank you for getting started. We've just done the motion to adopt 21B. We're going to walk through each decision point. We'd ask for council member, once we go through a decision point, to make a motion to say, well, I want to adopt decision point number 1, option B, or option C. And then go through your standard adoption process, a motion, a second, any discussions, amendments to the motion, and then a vote. And then we'll check these off the list one by one. Okay? So the first one, which is the 240 dwelling units. Please recall that those 240 dwelling units in the adopted town center plan were allocated to the D zone, that's the civic zone where we are here tonight. That anticipated some amount of potential residential development in the D zone, perhaps in complement with a public development. Recall that the Planning Commission recommended that those 240 units be removed from the D zone and added into the overall incentive pool. And so we've got at least a couple of options on the table. We decided that it might make sense, this format is okay, but I wanted to maybe create a little bit of a chart here that might be a little bit easier for the council to walk through, looking at these different options. And we've heard it kind of almost an option C even since we put together the decision points. So if it's okay, I'll just walk through each of these different options for the council, and then that will allow you to then pursue one or the other. So option A is that Planning Commission recommendations: remove the 240 from the D, add it to the incentive pool. That would raise the incentive pool up to 584 units, and it's for affordable housing purposes. Now, the challenge with option A is that it would require an amendment to the town center plan, and we've been discouraging those kinds of things, as you know. That was clear to the Planning Commission as well, and they still recommended that to you in their transmittal letter. Option B that's on the table is based on public comment. That is, you'd retain the 240 in the town center D zone, but make them available for amenities. So it kind of creates a separate incentive pool. So if they're used in the D zone, that's fine. If not, they would be available for amenities and then be able to be shifted to the town center A and B zones. The advantage of option B is it would expand some incentives for development and still would accomplish our policy goals. Option C is to stay with the original thing that the adopted plan called for, which is retain it in the D zone and have them used there. It certainly does preserve our options for development within the D zone. Let me just start by saying, have I been clear about the different options and how they are different?
John, Nancy, and Mark?
At the last meeting, I had proposed an option D, whereby we take the 240 units and retain them in Section D of the town center, but we reserve the right to sell those units for development. The big question is once we pass this in whatever shape or form, based on the deliberation that the town center takes, we've got huge infrastructure costs, and this might be a way to offset some of that so that we have a pool of money to invest back into the town center for roads and other improvements.
And I apologize, we didn't show that on the list here. It would be kind of an elaboration on option C, which is retain there and potentially sell. Michael, did you have another comment?
Only that comment, I think, Commissioner Hipton, made by yourself, Councilmember, and also by Councilmember Whitten, relative to trying to leverage those. And I think part of that response was that we had reviewed that to some degree with our city attorney and felt he might have any insight relative to using our zoning units to leverage just in terms of the process to do that. It's certainly an option, but we did want to run it by our city attorney.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy?
Yeah, I use this as an example. I've been after this since before John was on the council, actually. The absolute flexibility for the city for these 240, as I think we discussed it, was exactly as John said, but the idea was that we could use it in the D, for example, on the Kelman property next door if we wanted to. We could partner there.
Certainly.
We could use, the use table would be impacted, potentially. It's not required, but to be able to use them there or to be able to sell them to developers in any of the other, and maybe you want to limit it to A zones or B zones that are next to, part of that UMZ, whatever.
Right.
BP. Thank you. That one.
A lot
yes.
of it's in alphabet soup.
So, but the intent was to make it as flexible as possible because it's our piggy bank.
So let me make sure I understood here. Retain them in the D zone, make them available for use in the D zone or for sale out of the D zone for use in other zones,
Correct.
Potentially the A or B zones.
Or maybe, or contributed to an incentive pool. I mean, keep our absolute options open.
I see. So that's
like
sort of a
option B.
combination of B and C, along with the opportunity for sale of
It's a
those.
little more flexibility into option B, isn't it?
That's just site amenities. There's no sale. There's no use in the D zone.
So we have code language that was
Like
developed
Wild Joker.
to try to realize these options. If the council wants to pursue the option B plus, I guess, with the sale option, let's call it that for argument's sake right now, then you can instruct that to staff if that's the head nods, and we will make any final revisions to the actual code language for your consideration on the 21st. Is that...
Well, let's hear other comments on it. Mark, did you have something?
Well, start down there.
Okay, Michelle?
Well, I'm for retaining as much flexibility as possible, and if it's B plus with your idea, I'm fine with that. I'm in favor of option B as it stands now, but I'm certainly in favor of adding it into having further flexibility as to what to do with these 240 units, so, yeah. Anybody else?
I'm with you. Add one more piece to B.
Okay, Mark?
Add the piece to B.
I like John James's suggestion. In much the same way that we have commercial zoning that says it can be retail or office without trying to foretell the future and allowing for flexibility between those two kinds of uses, I think if we retained the 240 units and said that we may use them inside of our own D zone, we may want to make them available for sale under the Transfer of Development Rights Program. We may also decide that they need to be used to help provide an additional incentive for amenities, as is suggested in option B, for amenities in the TCA or the TCB zones. So I like John James's idea. I support that, of having bigger flexibility, retain them with the D zone, but not commit that they have to be used inside the D zone. And then let's see how this plays out, and the council in the future can make decisions to be flexible in how these are used, and may use them wisely to get one or more of these goals accomplished.
Okay, and I agree with that also, to have that additional flexibility that we could sell it, or we could have it for an incentive pool that may be for site amenities, not necessarily just a transfer of development right. Nancy, you have some more?
Yeah, just a quick thought. You know, TDRs are mentioned. I really don't want to link it to a formal TDR program where they're setting a value for trading with the rural or whatever it is. They may have a unique value. But what I do like, building on that TDR example, is could these be converted from residential to commercial or office if they were used outside of the D zone?
Uh-oh. Now you're getting down a slippery slope.
Okay. All right, then I'm shutting it. Thank you.
Okay, well, we do have that in the TDR program that we don't have yet, but we have that in the draft TDR program, right, Cameron?
We do. I expect this council will win an award from AWC or somebody for creativity someday because of these. So I'm going to take this. I see a lot of head nodding, but Mr. Mayor, do you want to confirm that?
Well, John, do you want to modify your...
You want me to make a motion?
Sure, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to amend, what are we calling this, decision point number 1, to include language that allows us not only to do what's described here, but also possibly to sell, or I guess nobody wants the word transfer development rights in there, sell those units if we so choose.
And have them available for use outside of the...
So that's option B plus, huh?
That's option B plus.
Do we have head nodding for that?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll
Tom?
second the motion.
I'll support B plus too.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have a consensus for that.
Okay, good. You've gotten through decision point number 1. Wonderful. Hey, that was about 5 minutes.
Okay.
And we don't have to do a plan amendment.
And you don't have to do a plan amendment. Okay, decision point number 2 is also a big subject, and you have heard concerns about this from the public comment. The real question is whether you go forward with zoning the town center or not. And as you recall, the reason that we're considering options from the recommended just fully zoning the center is we heard concerns about property tax implications from some of the property owners. So, and we had heard a request for e-zoning. Now, like other things that would require plan amendments, we've discouraged the council from considering putting an e-zone on top of an A or B or C designation because that's really not allowed under the Growth Management Act, and we would have an inherently inconsistent plan. So while we've been trying to find options for to try to deal with the property tax implication question. So as we had developed the materials, we had 2 options on the table. One is option A, rezone consistent with the Planning Commission recommendations that may have a property tax consequence for some property owners. Option B would retain the current zoning and require each of the different development projects to go through an individual project rezone. And then we've listed some implications, kind of pro and con. Let me flip to the next slide, which brings in an option C into the mix. And this is something we've worked on in concert with the city attorney after we put the August 20th packet together. And you've heard a little bit about that tonight, which is the idea of an overlay. And would rezone the town center area consistent with the Planning Commission recommendations for most of the area, but for those specific properties that would be self-identified, they could request to be covered by a town center overlay. It would delay the effective date of the actual rezone, so they might have an R4 zone today. It would remain R4 zone tomorrow, but with a town center overlay. That overlay would essentially last for 3 years. It would delay the effective date of that rezone. So after 3 years, that whatever that zone that would have been adopted tonight would in fact come into place. So if you were R4, for example, and you were slated to go to Town Center A, and you chose to utilize the overlay, you would remain R4 for 3 years, and then if nothing else changed, that Town Center A zone would happen after that time. The staff were concerned about, there's obviously a potential pro for landowners here because delaying the effect of the rezone could reduce the likelihood and amount of any tax effect. Of course, we're not the county assessor here, but given what we've heard, that might be true. We are concerned, though, about the town center plan and the effect on both the city and other property owners by having retaining that R4 or R1 or R8 zoning for that three-year period. So our proposal is that overlay preserves the existing zoning, but adds a restriction such that we don't create some non-town center development in the meantime. Again, the advantage of that is it allows the individual property owner to self-select and say, I'll wait 3 years and hopefully enjoy the same property taxes as I do now because my zoning hasn't changed, but I'm also going to not develop my property in a way that the R4 zone would allow. And if that R4 zoning were to be used for development, if someone were to actually subdivide their property, what you'd end up having is a low-density pocket in the middle of an otherwise higher density area. And not only, I think, is the city's plan frustrated, but there's potential deleterious effects on surrounding properties because you've now created something that's inconsistent with the balance of the property. So that's the staff's recommendation, is if you're interested in being responsive to the public comment, that's expressed concern about tax implications, this would be one way of doing it. I think this is a self-selected thing. We can certainly guess where some of these property owners might self-select. For example, Ms. Spiegler, who has talked about this and saw this option on the website, and then her most recent comment to the City Council. Very critical of the city in general, but she did say this would be one thing that she would find acceptable. So that's an example of how it might be applied. So,
Okay, comments on it or questions? Nancy?
Yeah, I see this one as being an improvement to just rezoning everything. But my thoughts were that if you use an overlay and keep the current zoning, but you have the only triggering event being, for the rezone, being a completed application for development of town center. In other words, all your conditions of zoning, everything else that is there in the overlay. So the only thing that will realize the potential overlay zoning and recognizing it's bound in stone is an application that's completed for that type of development. That makes it ministerial, puts it in the hands of the property owners. Anybody, for example, as soon as, we keep the zoning the same until somebody's ready to go forward with an actual application, at which point the application would be, the zoning would be set out in the overlay with all the conditions and everything else. So all they had to do is come in with their application just like they would for their whatever it is.
UZDP. Right.
UZP, thank you.
UZDP.
UZDP. So if they came in with a completed UZDP application, they'd already know what through the overlay. It would be just like we were adopting the zoning, only it wasn't going to be actualized until people came in with applications.
Yeah, it sounds very similar to the project rezone option. I'm not familiar with anybody that does zoning in a ministerial action like that. I think that's typically a legislative action. I'm not sure I would have authority to, through my determination of a completed application, to change somebody's zoning, because effectively that's changing a development regulation.
You know, we do something very similar when we approve final plats. We have no discretion to turn them down.
Still a council action as opposed to an administrative action. I understand the distinction there, and it's something the council can pursue. I would offer my comments on each of these as the council desires.
Other comments? Mark?
I'm not an attorney. Nancy's an attorney, and I don't know about the legality of it, of what she's suggesting, where you come in and have staff determine that a package that's been submitted is complete and adequate. I would think that such a decision by staff would be subject to an appeal process, and that first appeal would be to a hearing examiner, and then after that to court. And so you're actually putting these at risk of extended appeal processes by not having the zoning in place. I understand Mrs. Spiegler's concern that zoning under the town center could have tax implications. I would hope it would, because we're moving from R1 and R4 zoning to R18 and R6 and R8. It's higher zoning, more intensive zoning that we're proposing here. What you don't want to have is a situation where a developer is putting together and assembling properties to put together a project in the town center, only to find that one of the properties, and Mrs. Spiegler's asked for this, so we could use her as an example, he can't include, or she can't include, that property in the package because that one property needs a rezone. And so it puts the whole project at risk, including properties that have been zoned for town center. My feeling is that it sounded kind of benign to give people a 3-year delay in this, but it also means that They would have to seek rezone to be considered for a project that wants to go forward earlier, and rezone is then a subject to hearing examiner decision. It's several $1,000s to apply. It's months worth of process, and then it's subject to an appeal.
Well, may I add a comment, council member? Because I think just to be clear, option C would in fact rezone the entire town center to the new zones. So if you're designated town center A, you would be rezoned to town center A. If you opted out, like the Spieglers is a good example for us to say here, they might choose to opt out. They have current zoning is probably R4. Was it? I think it's R1. Or it might be R1. Okay. Their particular individual parcel would not be zoned Town Center A. Their neighbors all would. They would have a Town Center overlay zone. And what the overlay zone would do is simply keep the R1 in place for that 3-year period, and then it would convert to Town Center A if no one did anything else after 3 years. So it would not mean that everybody in the town center would have to go through the rezoning process. Only the property owners that have self-selected would be subject to that.
Correct. But what I'm understanding is if I have several properties that have been rezoned to Town Center A,
yes,
and then I also want to include the Spiegler property, that it is actually subject to a rezone requirement
Right.
during that 36 months. And that hinders my ability as a developer to include the Spiegler property in a development or put the whole development on hold while a rezone process that is also subject to appeal proceeds.
That's correct, and that is a downside to this. It's why we had originally recommended to go ahead and zone the whole area there. So.
Right, and I'm sorry, I have to tell one more story, because having been in the business before at Snohomish County, this is how you end up with two bruises as the planner processing one of these rezones. You have a comprehensive plan that designates property for R8 that's currently zoned R2 or R4, and the Spieglers are an example of that. You go to a public hearing in front of a hearing examiner, the neighbors come out going, well, this represents change, traffic's bad, I want to talk about it. The hearing examiner says, well, is the rezone request consistent with the comprehensive plan? And the planner says yes, and the hearing examiner goes, okay, we're done here. And the citizens go, wait, there's a hearing? We thought we could have some effect on this. This is just a travesty. You've added a layer of government that we can't affect. After the hearing, everybody wanders out the hallway. Then the developer corners you in the hallway, says, you just had this process so you could get money out of me, several $1,000s for the rezone, and delayed my project. So you're on my S list too. So you end up, this is how layers of government that don't help anybody are created. You might think it's some person doing it as a joke in a back room in Washington, D.C., but this decision tonight on this really is creating that layer of government that's unnecessary, doesn't provide either an opportunity for neighbors to be heard on some issue, and it certainly slows down private enterprise and private development. So I am going to caution you that having one person send you an email from Alexandria, Virginia, suggesting that we not adopt the zoning is not strong, and the converse, which is that people be subject to a rezone, is a layer of review by government that serves no purpose.
Thank you. Tom, John, and then Michelle.
Oh.
Clarification.
Cameron, as we're looking at this 3-year thing, is it up to 3 years, or is it a hard 3 years? And secondly, can they change their mind, walk in the door and say, I'm ready to go now?
Well, what we've proposed is that if they did nothing, then it would convert to town center zoning in 3 years. I think probably Mark is correct that if they change their mind in the meantime, they would want to request a rezone. And we'd probably go through a process as Mark had described there. That is, it's an administrative process authorized under our code to rezone that property. Alternatively, they could come back to the council, for example, in an annual docket process and ask for that zoning to be changed. So they have a couple of options to change the zoning, both of which are additional steps to undertake. That is true.
But clarification, a UZDP requires a public hearing, et cetera, anyway.
It does require a public hearing. That is correct. That is built into the plan process.
So all the steps are there.
I'm sorry?
So all the steps are there anyway for the appeal and...
That's true. I would offer that, I think you did hear earlier from Mr. Potter, there's a concern about having a two-step kind of go get your rezone first and potentially spend a lot of money with the uncertainty of a rezone because you're being asked to do almost as much documentation at the rezone stage as you would as the UZDP stage. So that's the advantage of them having the certainty of the zoning now. They can proceed directly to the UZDP.
Okay, John.
So I understand Mrs. Spiegler's concern, and although she does live in 2203 zip code, having lived there, her checks are still mailed here to 98075, and she pays her taxes in this great city. So I'm respectful of her and other people that have sent emails out saying that they do not want to be smacked over the head with a huge tax bill when the TC, the town center, finally gets passed. So my concern is, because she wrote me months and months ago, and we met with the tax assessor, and Lloyd Harris sat in there, and his accomplished assistant told us that they would do what they need to do to protect our taxpayers, that our property owners would not all of a sudden find this passed and all of a sudden they're zoned R16 and they get a little postcard in the mail, welcome to R16, highest and best use, congratulations, you now owe us X amount of dollars. I think the average age, Bill Stern told me the other day on the phone, the average age of the property owners is 65 years old in some of these areas. They're on fixed incomes. They can't afford this. So what can we do to protect them? So when this thing gets passed, and I certainly, Councilmember Cross, I don't want another layer of government. Nobody does. But what can we do to protect these people so that when this thing does get passed, and 3 years I think is optimistic, that 36 months from now, once you pass it, all of a sudden they got like a 36-month window for this thing to suddenly come through, and they've got to do something with it. So can you stand there, Cameron, and tell me that we have done everything we can to protect them?
Well, I do think we have tried hard to figure out a way of doing it,
right?
Which, because anything we do on the one side has a potential effect on another side. So that's what we're trying to do, is to balance that. I think none of us at a staff level were very enamored with the idea of project rezones for everybody. That is, don't zone it at all, make everybody go through the individual rezone process, because that's sort of the worst of all worlds. You're solving a problem for the Spieglers and creating a massive problem for everybody else. So option C seemed to me the most Solomonic of approaches as we could find. I think it would be an interesting request, and I mentioned this to the city manager at the break. We have at least some anecdotal indications from people like Ms. Spiegler that they might be interested in this option. If the council is interested in pursuing the option, we probably do need to make at least one attempt to contact town center property owners and get anybody else who would want to say, yes, I'll go for the overlay. My sense is there may be a handful. I think if you hear some of the property owners that have commented by email and that are here tonight, I think you've got probably a larger majority that are ready to just go ahead and have the zoning. And I'm sure they're not relishing the idea of a higher tax bill, but they may be willing to take that with the idea that that creates some certainty for me in the development process and I can move forward. So I felt like C was the best attempt at trying to solve both problems in as best faith effort as we could.
Thank you. Michelle.
Well, I'm I have a heart for the people that have sat around through all of this and are feeling like their hands are tied and are still tied even if the zoning goes into place. But in listening to Mark, I don't want to add a layer of complication to moving this project forward. And in all likelihood, the tax bill isn't going to catch up with them for 2 or 3 years anyway by the time the whole process goes through and they do any reassessments and valuations and that sort of thing. They're not going to get a higher tax bill for probably 2 or 3 years. So I'm not sure that this is really going to solve the problem unless there's a way to overlay it and there is no choice to opt in or opt out. It's overlaid and you're in there, and in 3 years it's in effect, and you don't, if there's a way to overlay it without this opt-in, opt-out, I'll go for it. But if not, then I don't want to go down this road.
So you would be in favor of I guess it's option A, which is go forward and zone the
Yes.
town center. Yeah.
Well, okay, you haven't talked yet.
No.
John.
Am I the last?
Before
Hopefully.
me.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to look at this from a realtor's eyes because that's my day job. And if you add an extra level of bureaucracy to this, it's not only going to be the $2,000 for the hearing examiner, it's going to be the price they extract from the value of each and every one of the property owners in the town center for that uncertainty too, and for all the effort and time delays and so forth. So it might seem like a good idea today to do something like this, but in the long term it will cost every property owner more money. I can't guarantee it, but I can almost guarantee it.
Okay, I can make a couple of comments. One, I was with John and Nancy when we talked with Lloyd Hara, the assessor, and his erstwhile assistant who knew everything. And she pointed out that indeed, if we don't change the zone until it's ready to develop, it'll be evaluated based on, say, the R1 or the R4. Now, what you're suggesting is putting a 3-year window so someone can have their R1 for 3 years, and then boom, they're at the full rezone. What we've also heard, Michelle pointed out, that the valuations aren't going to instantly change. There's not any indication of a market any more valuable for the higher zoning at this point. There aren't too many builders out there. And 3 years is a short amount of time. In fact, some people are thinking we're going to stay at the bottom for 3 years. Even the optimists now are talking about 3 years at the bottom. So one possibility is to go with the C with those people that opt out. And you haven't told us how much time window they have to choose that option, because if we don't give them enough time window, they're going to complain that they weren't told about it. So you'll have to inform everybody in the town center of the option. I would like to see 3 years with an option for another 3 years. Because keep in mind that I don't agree with Mark that if someone has a 3-year option at the low zoning, that's going to hurt a proposed UZDP, because the reason that person's at the low zoning is that I think they want to stay put on their property. So whether they're zoned R1 or a higher zoning, if they want to stay put there, there's still going to be an obstacle for a developer coming in and aggregating parcels. You could argue, well, yeah, but if we increase the value of their land and we can price them out of their home, force them to sell, and I don't like that point of view. So I would like to see a 3+3 option, if there's any buy-in on that.
I agree.
How would you determine what would fire off the extra 3 years?
They would have the option of extending another 3 years.
I could do another 3 if they wanted, yeah.
Mr. City Manager, and then John.
Thank you. And Cameron, I need to ask, this is a very healthy and lively discussion. This is what's all about. The government is here, that they're trying to make a right decision, and I think that you're trying to find the best. In the one hand, give the message that we're ready, town center is ready to go. In the other hand, you're trying to protect the property owners not getting hit with the huge tax bills. And then Councilmember Cross raised some very important issues. If council approves this town center zoning as recommended by Planning Commission, but then also approve as a legislative body overlay zone. But what they say is that if you want to trigger the town center zone from current zone, all you need is a complete application. So my question is, as a legislative body, they're basically approving the zoning, so not putting the staff in the position to say that you are going to approve the zoning. I recognize the problem with that approach. There could easily be inconsistent development throughout the town center area, but why couldn't that be accomplished as a practical way of solving this particular problem? What are the pitfalls with that alternative? Besides what I identified, that there's a potential for the incompatible.
Yeah. So that's almost a hybrid of what we've heard up here. So it's like option C,
Right.
only they could opt back in through a complete application. Is that what you're
So that addresses
saying?
the Mark's question, so we don't add the additional layer of government bureaucracy in the process.
Yeah. I would
Goes back to-
probably want to make sure that our city attorney thought that was okay. So I'm conveniently taking your question, Ben, and deflecting it back up at the dais.
And I've been whispering here that I think that it's doable from his perspective, but
Okay.
still the risk is. Let us do some homework on this one and then come back to you. And I think we need to sit
Okay.
down and figure out. And I haven't thought this thing through. It just a thought occurred to me at this point when you're having this discussion. What other alternatives that we can present for you to address all the issues that you talked about?
Nancy and then John.
Just a quick comment. Would you, when you go through these options, would you run them through Bruce? This option C, as I said, I liked,
We don't get Bruce
But-
involved with this legal matter at all.
but I have some concerns. It just doesn't hit me
Okay.
to let people opt out on an individual basis.
We will.
John.
How much time are we talking about to contact each and every property owner in the town center master plan and make sure that we haven't missed anyone? Because if we go through that process, there's a whole room full of people and people that have emailed me. We won't have a decision on zoning by September 28th for sure, and we'd be lucky if we had it by the end of this year at that point.
I think you
I
send them
think
a
to go
certified
through our
letter.
standard notice where we would have a very elaborate process, I think Councilmember James is correct. What I anticipated, because there is a pretty strong network of property owners, and we have built up a pretty good database of contact information, is to actually propose a fairly short window of time, say a week or so. Now maybe that's not acceptable to the council, but my thought is to try to keep up our steam. You've got a network of people here that are hearing you debate this right now. We're plugged into that network. We've got people like Mr. Stern and others who are working with multiple property owners. My sense is that we could probably get the word out pretty well. And if we did a good enough job of having an easy way for people to respond, in other words, simply send an email by such and such date saying, I want to opt in or I want to opt out, that would help. And I guess I would be optimistic that we could get a pretty good sense of people that are interested in this option, say by this time next week or a little bit later. I'm pointing towards that because I've got a packet due for the 21st about this time next week or later, and so I've got to put together a little map that would show that. So I'm trying to gravitate towards that week or 9 days worth of time. That's my proposal.
Second part of the same question, it seems like from head nods and comments, there's at least 3 city council persons that are for rezoning at this time, and maybe one on the fence, I don't know, but rather than the staff spin its wheels, would it be worth discussing if we have 4 council members that would opt for the rezoning at this point before we have them waste their time?
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as we're through with the discussion.
Yeah.
Mark?
I like the way the decision points have been put together here by Cameron. In many cases, as you look at them, I'm sure other council members have realized this as well, several of the decision points are kind of interrelated. If you allow more surface parking, then you're got more impervious surface that affects our ability to achieve LID potentially. And so there's, there's interactions between them. One of the other ones is, we talked about this earlier, was if we were to try to form a local improvement district, are you guaranteeing some automatic, no, I don't want to be part of an LID, by having given people the option to wait 3 years on their zoning? Part of Valerie's argument that she's put to us in her emails is that she just doesn't even believe this is going to happen. If it was zoned properly, there'd be less reason for her to say, and I don't want to be part of an LID that you're forming, if in fact she already had the zoning and was saw that other properties in the similar situation were proceeding. So I would just add that as another kind of complication and an implication that comes with the spot zoning that you're considering under this option C. And I support the idea to take a vote tonight to see whether we have 4 votes, simply to rezone consistent with the plan.
You want to make that motion?
I would make a motion to that effect.
Let's see if we've got all the discussion yet. Michelle?
Well, clarification, on C, can you go forward with the zoning, put the overlay, but not offer the option and opt out? It's
Well, the overlay is the overlay and the opt-out are tied together, so that's the whole purpose behind C. If you just want to go forward with the rezone, you don't need the overlay, it's just zoned. Does that answer the question?
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the overlay is the mechanism by which we get the opt-outs identified.
Well, what Ben brought up and Nancy brought up earlier was the concept that we had come out of the meeting with Lloyd Hara of, and that was to have, since the comp plan defines the zoning, that the people wouldn't have to go through all the process of going through the rezone process, that it would be instant as soon as their completed application. And after all, a UZDP application is subject to the appeal, public hearing and appeal. So it's not a staff decision whether the application is approved or not. It's appealable, right? So we would be breaking new ground, you're saying, because you don't know of anybody that has done this instant, but we have such a good attorney that I'm sure he could keep us on track. So is that still a possibility, Mr. City Attorney?
Everything's a possibility at this point, Mr.
See?
Mayor.
Thank you.
So one thought is to leave all the zoning the way it is now, right? And it can be instantly changed to the comp plan zoning if a completed application comes in on any size of parcels.
Was that option D?
Yeah, that sounded like what I heard from Deputy Mayor Witten early on, which would be the overlay is applied to everybody. There's no opt-in, opt-out. It's just that's the overlay. The underlying zoning doesn't change for anybody either, and that this completed application would trigger the change in zoning.
That's what I would say.
Yeah. I'm having to. I don't mean to. I know my boss is trying to find a good solution here. This one makes me gulp a little bit, I have to say. I liked the option C because I thought it would be relatively limited, because we'd only heard 2 or 3 property owners express some interest in it. So, I don't want to put the council or my boss in an awkward position here. I'm going to implement whatever you think is the right answer here. But
Well, I think the Cameron had a good suggestion, saying that let us do some survey, find out how many parcels that we're talking about here. Is it 2, 3, and we're just throughout the town center area.
But I think that just complicates it. If you go back and you give people the decision, it's just adding another layer of, and then what if we decide not to after we've presented that maybe we might do this and.
Decide not to do what?
If we decide not to do the overlay, I mean, you're going out and polling whether people would want this, You know, so maybe we get 4 people. Is it worth it for 4? I don't know.
This is their private
2,
property.
5?
Right, this is their private property. If they choose not to participate, and I certainly don't think Councilmember Cross meant to imply that we would be taxing them out of their property. And I know the mayor mentioned that, but I don't think you're attributing that to Mark Cross's statements. But this is their private property, and it is their decision to do with what they want to do with their property. It is their freedom. And we can't take that from them by just slapping something on top of them, and then all of a sudden they're taxed out of it. I mean, if somebody chooses not to participate in it, then they choose not to participate. And I don't think the city can come in there and all of a sudden take them up, maybe triple or quadruple their taxes. Is that fair?
Well, then we can't do,
It's
you're
not
just
fair, but-
rendering us
It's not fair, but what?
to do anything.
But we do have the legal right to
We
do that, don't we?
Okay.
I mean, we have to be consistent. I mean,
What's that?
Tom, you had something.
Public hearing.
Yeah, Cameron, how many people are involved in this situation?
That have expressed a concern about the
Yeah,
tax
what are we talking about?
implications.
Half a dozen people, 8 people, 10 people?
I think staff are reporting to me 3. We probably have at least 1 here tonight. Ms. Spiegler's been mentioned. I've heard about the Albrechts. I've heard maybe Mr. Wolozin, potentially, and maybe Mr. Massett. So potentially 4 out of about 40 property owners.
It would be maybe useful if you could take this map and perhaps in some different color, highlight where these properties are. I'm afraid we might be looking at a Dalmatian here, spots all over the place, but if it's only 3 or 4 people, then maybe.
But I think the point is that everybody would benefit by having the lower taxes until such time as an actual development plan was brought forth.
Yes.
So if we could hold everybody at the current zoning but a developer knows that as soon as he comes in with a completed application, that he doesn't have to go through the planning commission and the council, it's there for him, the higher zoning. That's,
which option's that? That's D.
D.
Thank you.
D.
Not C.
All right.
Not on this page.
Yeah.
Not on this page.
yeah.
The
But
prepackaged file.
I'm for that one, but I don't see it.
well, we just
We're not
created
sure-
it.
And
we're
is
not
that-
sure we can do it.
And is
That's
that with the 3 plus the 3 if need be?
No.
No, so there's no opt-out.
No,
There's opt-in. Anybody can opt in anytime they want.
Okay.
Yeah, but perhaps have the staff restrictions on development under the current zoning that they're proposing, so that you don't end up with a bunch of duplexes in the middle of an area you'd like to see higher
I
zone.
like that option, so they need to talk about it, so we can figure out if we can do it.
Okay, Mark?
And he's scratching his head.
Yeah, I appreciate your reaching out to the county assessor's office and getting additional information on how they tax and under what circumstances. My understanding is that they usually use comparative prices, so that similar houses on similar suited property, situated properties, similar zoning, if one sells for a certain price, they use that price to establish the value of other similar properties. And that if because of the result of a governmental action, the value of the properties goes up and properties actually start trading hands at higher prices, meaning that you could actually achieve that higher price in a sale, that then the taxes are changed to reflect that. We are inside the urban growth boundary where conventional discussion is at least 4 units per acre. Now, some people have R1 zoning, but that's really a rural zone. That's not an urban zone. And I'm dismayed with the idea that we're trying to finesse something and then going to make the submittal of a complete and adequate package. And I use that phrase because that's what I've used, at zoning counters to determine vesting. That's still a decision that's made that's subject to appeal. And you're still adding a level of uncertainty to this by not changing the zoning of all the properties to reflect the comprehensive plan. You're adding a level of uncertainty that when I come in with a package and Cameron sends me a letter that says you're complete and adequate and we've now changed your zoning, that's a decision he's made. All government people who make decisions, they're subject to some kind of an appeal. Very few are not.
But that's already built into the UZDP process, the appeal, the subject to appeal. So he's not making the decision or the determination that we're going to change your zoning. We're making that determination. He's simply saying whether the application is complete.
My sense is that if you have zoning and then you're submitting the UZDP package, it's simply to determine whether you're in compliance with the details of the zone, you know, the architecture of the building, does it have a plan that includes circulation, how it relates to the other properties around it, which narrows the subject of the appeal, not simply whether the property has and warrants that particular zone.
Okay, Nancy?
The whole point of what I'm recommending or suggested is we structure our ordinance and the overlay provisions in such a way that it becomes not what we call discretionary but ministerial, where there's no discretion left, where if the conditions are met, it has to be rezoned. So you limit by that nature, by what you pass, you limit what could be subject. And so the uncertainty is no more than can you get a building permit. It's laid out. It's not something that I'd be concerned about in terms of all the uncertainty.
An example where this has been used before in Washington State in history.
I don't know. That's
Hope
what
not.
I'm
We
looking
like
at.
to lead the rest.
Yes, it's 10%. 10%.
So do you stipulate there's no example?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know. I've seen potential zoning, and I've also seen where it's blown up in their faces.
Yes, I have
But-
too.
But it hasn't been where we've gone through this whole environmental and other
We're not
process.
making any progress here, so what do we do? We're at a stalemate.
Well, we could suggest that, let's see if we have 4 people that would like to have this process, if it's legal.
We're referring to this as D.
D. And if we have 4 people that would like that, then we could ask the city manager and staff to investigate it further.
Is her proposal the same as yours?
Yes,
It's a
Doesn't
prepackaged
sound like
rezoning.
it.
yeah. It's basically all the zoning remains the same as it is now until you come in with a UZDP application. And as Nancy pointed out, it'd be a condition precedent or something like that. It's automatic that you're going for the zoning that's under the comp plan, which is the higher zoning.
Okay,
So
let's
that-
find out.
Well, didn't we have a motion for Mark's?
It didn't get seconded.
I would second that.
Oh,
Okay.
he has to.
I mean, he already made the motion, and I don't think you addressed
Oh,
it.
he did, yes, he did. It was a point of order that we hadn't had
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, well,
Unwrangle that one.
Mark, did
I
you-
have a motion, if there's a second, and if the chair is willing to acknowledge the motion and the second, then I would ask the chair to have a vote on my motion, which is to rezone the town center consistent with the plan.
okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on Mark's motion? If not,
And that gives no overlay option.
No, it would change all the zonings consistent with the plan. There would be no opt-out, opt-in. There would be no spot zones.
okay, any other discussion? Ready for the question? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
Well, it's 4-3, the motion passed.
Who was the fourth one?
You,
Oh,
you and Tom,
And Mark?
and Mark and John.
okay.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah.
Surprised me.
Okay, I'm moving on to decision point number 3.
Can I ask for a 5-minute break?
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, Ed left, the CEO, and then Joan, who'd been in charge of their programs, CEO, and then she got ovarian cancer. So she was out for a while. She's back part-time, and so one of our board members now has kind of stepped in to lead things for a while. They actually got rid of a couple of youth development programs that the Y picked up. They used to do the Kirkland Teen Union building. They still have outreach there, though, but the Y took that program over, but they do outreach, so they still are trying to find homeless kids and get them into transitional housing. And then they gave up a neighborhood schoolhouse program, which was a before and after school program at Redmond Elementary. And the Y took that over, too. So they've kind of refocused back on
No sympathy.
an exercise room.
No sympathy.
So, are you in the town center then?
Yes. My property is right. My first property is the property, the barn property right next to the commons right there.
Geez, that'd be right.
And then I'm across the street. You know, where you took all chicken barns down?
Up over here, up on the hill. Oh, behind us. Yeah. On the flat part over here.
Yeah, he owns that property with the barns, and then I'm across the
If he
street.
had, we might have had a different result.
Got some valuable property if we can get things going over there. That's what you're doing.
Thanks.
Let's see how.
Okay, are we ready to proceed? Cameron, should we go to the next one?
Sure. Number 3 is the question about how we're counting educational and recreational uses within the commercial square footage. You heard a little testimony from the Lake Washington School District's attorney on this earlier tonight. So we have three options up there. One is don't count those square footage against the cap, which is, I think, from the school providers, they'd probably prefer that because otherwise there would be a potential limitation on the amount of their development. Option B would be to do count them since they generate traffic and impervious surface like everybody else. And then the third option that staff think might have some sense is the partial count, which is go ahead and count those portions of their development that are most like commercial uses. That is the actual school building, excuse me, versus a sport court or field area that really is not generating the same kind of, let's say, traffic or usage impacts. So your decision would give us some direction as to how you want to count them. There's another one of these decision points, I think, Michael, on the allowance of schools in all zones, and we'll get to that in a few minutes. So this is just on the kind of accounting part of the question.
Mm-hmm. Nancy?
Can we separate recreational from schools?
Certainly, you can divide the question if you'd like to, and that's part of the reason why you have the partial count option, is to say those portions of a school facility that are recreational in nature, so a sport court, tennis courts, soccer fields, or other kinds of fields. You know, let's say they might be covered and look like a building from the outside. Because of their nature, they're very large facilities, they would, you know, take up a lot of that commercial allocation very quickly. So,
Like, for example, if you have tennis courts uncovered, they don't count towards square footage. If they're covered, they do under the code we were proposing.
Under the strictest thing, if you do count and say count everything, then yeah, you're forced into that kind of thing. And I'm not sure that makes a whole lot of sense to count a covered tennis facility in that sense.
Tom?
Question, Cameron, on the definition of recreational facilities. Would our community center be included in this definition as it stands?
And I think the answer is no, but I'm going to make sure that staff are going to help inform that. Evan thought he was just putting something in the garbage, but turns out he was walking the wrong direction. And I believe,
as long as you're there,
believe that school facilities are distinct from recreational facilities like a community center or a recreation center under our proposed code. Is that fair?
Yeah, and in fact, we even make the distinction between public recreational facilities like a community center and private. So we could slice this pie, so to speak, any direction the council desires.
So public would not count.
For example, we could say that public recreational facilities, like a community center, would not count, but private recreational facilities could count, maybe should count.
So how would you define a YMCA in this situation?
It's private.
It typically is treated as a private facility.
How about partnered facilities?
Getting in the gray matter.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the
Look
really
at the
critical
interlocal
one we're
agreement
talking
and
about.
see. Yeah, it does get to be a little bit of a complicated question. You know, I think the spirit of our impact fees, which we don't charge ourselves, obviously, impact fees, and we exempt certain public facilities from those kinds of things, and we acknowledge that the public uses are there, and we don't want to necessarily discourage those public uses. I think it's fair to treat other similar public uses in the same fashion here. I think it's a matter of degree, though, and I guess I just ask you to go through that mental calculus. There's the City of Sammamish Community Center, bought for and paid for by taxpayers on one end of the spectrum. There's the middle ground of the partnership with the YMCA combined facility, where some of it's paid for by the citizens, some of it's paid for by the nonprofit partner or potentially a for-profit partner. And then The other end of the spectrum is something like Columbia Fitness, where it's a wholly private, it's not open to the public, it's entirely membership-based. And, you know, all of them generate traffic impacts, all of them generate impervious surface. They're all development. If you look at our current code, I would treat the new Columbia Fitness like a private commercial development, and they would be subject to impact fees and all the other things that are there. And I would treat a new community center like a public development, and they're exempt from some of those kinds of things. Still going to be subject, everybody's still subject to things like impervious surface and setbacks. Those things don't change. But the commercial allocations is a policy call for us to make in this regard. And so I wish I had the magic bullet here. The partial count is the closest I can come again to the Solomonic option here, where we recognize that public or private, the portions of those facilities that would eat up a lot of that commercial allocation by their very nature, they're large, they have a large footprint, but they, by their nature, actually don't generate the same kinds of impacts that a retail, let's say, fitness facility would.
Yeah, a good example is the Lynette and Lou project, where they said they were planning on 5 parking stalls per 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you certainly don't need that for a recreation center.
Sure.
Other comments on this, Tom?
Same kind of question regarding schools. Would you distinguish between public schools and a private school?
We could, and I believe under our code today we don't. Schools are treated the same. So now how's that? I'd have to remind myself on for something like impact fees, for example, to be exempted from the. So we did have public comment from one school provider, Arbor School, to continue that same type of treatment, which is to say, don't distinguish between public and private. We're a school, we offer our services to the children of Sammamish, and so treat us the same as you would a public school. That's their request. But I want to check with my staff on, you happen to know, I have an offhand on impact fees, for example. If we don't have an impact fee for a public school, correct? They would be exempt from impact fees even though they generate traffic. But a private school?
I don't know if I could say off.
Yeah, we'd have to check. But that's my only analog as to the policy call that we have made at the city. So while we're talking, we can try to look that up.
Nancy?
My concern is traffic. I surely wouldn't want to add this without having some traffic studies. You know, you can mitigate only so much, and then you just sit there, and we go through the distinction between congestion and capacity, and oh, we've got capacity, that's great, but your congestion during rush hour, you just sit there and you sit there. I currently can't see adding a lot of unlimited, so if we're going to do anything in terms of opening this up, I truly like some limitations. 228th was maxed out under our traffic studies under the SEPA with the plan we have. Mm-hmm. And we're already eating away at that with this half unit count for cottage homes and smaller units for apartments.
We'll get to that in a few minutes.
I know,
I
but
promise.
the traffic issues are just we're adding one thing on top of another that's going to keep adding more and more traffic. And we were maxed out with our studies. So if we're going to include some of this extras, I mean, right now in the mornings, we have a reverse commute issue because of the high schools, the 3 of them in the mornings. And it extends out for long periods in the morning if you're trying to go anywhere. So I guess I would like to say, if we do consider this, let's put some limits on it. Let's say, so it's not just an open-ended type of thing. Our roads just, I don't think, can handle floods and floods more traffic. And so unless we plan for it and do the traffic studies, I can see this as being an amendment in the future. But I think that should be a prerequisite of opening the door for this.
May I offer a short comment, Mr. Mayor, on that? That's council's choice if you want to do a traffic analysis on that. I would observe, as I said in the bottom of the last bullet, all of the developments are ending up, they have to go through our concurrency process, so they would need an individual traffic study in any case. But I also want to report, I want to correct, I was wrong about the impact fees. We don't exempt public schools from impact fees. I was wrong, and I'm glad that the system corrects
My
me when
memory
I get
doesn't
this
fail
wrong.
me. I was telling the city attorney here that is no exemption there because the
Right.
state law doesn't allow us to provide that exemption.
So I appreciate that. The only thing that is exempted, I believe, are city facilities from that kind of thing. And that makes sense because we wouldn't pay
We're
ourselves.
taking the money from right pocket to put in left pocket. That's the reason
That's
that the state law allows us to give that exemption.
And Ben never lets me look at the right pocket. I'm only allowed to look at the left pocket.
Mark?
Back pocket.
I kind of like the idea of C, which is to partially count. If a public or private facility included outdoor tennis courts that were uncovered, I would think that that's a use where I wouldn't want it counted as against the 675,000 square feet. It would keep people from providing those, which are an amenity and an opportunity. The same thing if they were going to have an outdoor jogging track or some other kind of public facilities. Obviously, some of them generate traffic, but not like the building itself and the things that they put in the building. I think that would be what we'd want. I am concerned if we allow schools to be on top of the 675,000 square feet, we could get a couple of them that would push us over 1 million, and then people would be going, wait a minute, maybe we don't want all this office and or retail because we've already got a couple of new schools. The idea behind Town Center was not to provide the opportunity to locate new schools here in town, but to provide ourselves with an opportunity to have more people be able to work and live in Sammamish, or to have new kinds of residential units, or to have some additional retail. It wasn't just to provide new school opportunities. And if you say you can provide a new junior college and also not have it count towards your 675,000 square feet, you could end up with people saying, well, that's actually how I'm going to maximize my property. I have to get a school, and on top of the commercial, on top of the retail, on top of the residential. And I think Nancy's correct. Then we blow way through the traffic numbers, and you put those other uses that we really do want, in question if they're late to develop.
Well, we may blow through our numbers there, but if we had a community college in the city, we would find that we would have less traffic going out of the city, so that the exit points to the north and south might be relieved by the traffic within the city. So there's pros and cons each way. And I think we're hearing Bellevue Community College, or Bellevue College, is talking about a branch campus in Issaquah Highlands, which would be pretty close to us, and that might solve that problem. I think what we heard from Lake Washington School District was that, hey, if you're going to put 2,000 more dwelling units in that town center, and most of it's in Lake Washington School District, we might have to put another school there.
Right, and they could develop a school, that the code allows that, and they could develop housing, but they would have to count the school towards the allocation on their property for the commercial part of it. They could design it so that at some later date it could be converted to office or to retail, but to simply say you could do a grade school plus several, however many thousand square feet they qualify for of office and retail, I think is we could get a couple more schools. And we know that the schools, from our experience with our 2 public schools and Eastside Catholic, they all create a lot of traffic at precisely the peak period, and that's absolutely the bad part of the day. They don't spread it like office buildings and others that have some peak, but they do spread their traffic a little bit through the day. So I think you do need to count the schools towards the commercial space, and then take the risk that enough of the 675,000 square feet will be left for the office and retail that we had initially imagined.
Well, I personally would vote for A, actually, not counting schools or recreation facilities. But let's hear what the rest of the council has to say. Has everybody else piped in or had an opportunity to pipe in? Then Nancy? Oh, John.
Well, off the first look at this, I would have said that do not count public schools and public recreational facilities for the fact that Lake Washington School District owns a parcel already and had plans to build a school someday. And then we've been talking about a town center, community center in the town center for some time. So my thought was, based on the input I've received, is those would be things that were already considered as being part of the town center and were above and beyond the commercial caps that were placed. Private schools and private facilities, I think that's the reason for the commercial caps.
So what are you saying then?
I would say A, with the modification of adding public before schools and recreational facilities.
I see.
But you would count the private, so sort of
Yes.
do not count public, count private.
Nancy?
I think if you exclude even public from the recreational, you've got to make sure that they have enough of whatever the zoning they're giving to cover whatever size, reasonably sized school they could build on that site. I'm not sure they would have enough commercial footage. So you need some provision for existingly owned property. If you vote to exclude it from the, to count it as part of the caps.
So in other words, if they already have 10,000 square feet, they have kind of a credit for that. And if they're going to redevelop now a 20,000 square foot facility, we'd only count the additional 10? Is that?
Right. I mean, they need to be able to build whatever their site would permit them to build today. I think where it's already owned, not for anything new, but in terms of grandfathering them, I mean, that's one of their investments, and we're creating the children that will go to that school. Most of the residential developments in the Lake Washington School District, not Issaquah. So I think with regard to that one site, you need to grandfather in whatever a reasonable elementary school might be. It used to be 15 acres they need for a single-story building with...
Okay, so you would say that for the Lake Washington school site, we would grandfather in a representative amount.
I'm just saying you don't want to get caught in this... If we opted to count the school, if we opted for that option, you want to make sure you don't preclude them from building a regular school because of our zoning caps.
I see.
You might not want to give them additional commercial, but you want to make sure that they could use it for that.
Just as an aside, in your tables, where does a community center fall in? Is it called a sports club? Or amusement and recreation?
There's actually a community center designation.
Well, I don't see it.
If we were talking about a publicly run facility, it actually falls under our definition of park.
Park?
Yeah. It includes activity centers, including buildings and the like.
Okay. Okay. Because I was looking under our D category, a sports club's not permitted in category D, but a park is, obviously, so I see. So community.
Amusement recreation services would be the private aspect of that kind of community center.
Okay. Any other comments on this or suggestions of how you would like?
Well, I don't know, I don't have a decision on this one. I'm kind of confused. What do other jurisdictions do with schools and recreation? in,
Well, they don't have caps in their town center the way we do.
they don't have
so-
caps?
Right.
So I think that's the fundamental issue, is that we've got a cap in our town center, which we adopted in our plan for commercial development. And so that's a unique thing that we've put in there.
Oh, we get the schools, okay.
And so I don't know that I can give you an analog in that same sense.
Well, that just swayed me towards A, do not count.
See, part of what Cameron was pointing out, the implications down there, if you do have traffic problems, additional traffic studies may be required.
It's true.
But you
So-
can't do,
So I guess I favor A then.
Okay, Mark?
Having heard John talk and then hearing Michelle talk, if you take A and add do not count public schools and public recreation facilities against the commercial square footage, that would include all of their sports fields, covered or uncovered, tennis courts, covered or uncovered. I would like to, though, with private recreational facilities, if it was an outdoor swimming pool that was uncovered, not have that counted towards their commercial square footage. So I guess I want to add to John's version of A that we would add a part of C that would allow for private recreational facilities that are outdoors and uncovered to not be counted towards commercial square footage.
Are they counted now, uncovered?
Well, again, it's a
You mean like,
policy choice that the council has
So
to
we'll
make.
make it specific with this.
I envision more of the covered type of facility, and I would observe it's still a concern I would have, whether it's a pool covered or a tennis court covered or uncovered. Effectively, it's the same use. So my distinction was between those portions of the facility that kind of look like a duck, quack like a duck, like other commercial development. And if I used to be a member of Columbia Fitness. You walk in, there's a lobby, there are some offices, there are training rooms, there's medical stuff, there's a whole variety of other things that you might find next door in a professional office setting. And if they are the same thing, then I would probably count them. I think the distinction I'd make is go down the hall, now you're into an indoor tennis area. It's a very large facility. If we're going to count that the same way as essentially commercial office or retail space, they're going to blow through those caps very quickly.
Right.
That was my problem statement that I gave you. So I think dividing this question, I think you have at least public versus private, and I've heard at least a couple of council members talk about not counting public. So that would be city or public school district types of facilities. And then for private, you could count private, but not count some portion of private. In other words, the large square footage indoor tennis, indoor or outdoor tennis, indoor or outdoor pool, I would say it's the same thing. Those are large square footage portions of the development that I think you could reasonably not count.
Or soccer.
Or soccer. I don't know anybody that plays soccer, though. It's not a very popular sport.
Hockey, though, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Nancy?
it goes back to me for traffic. I mean, you have one street, one intersecting street where people are going to be walking across it. You've got, traffic is going to be absolutely 50-some thousand cars a day with the caps. Without the caps, we don't have the road grid that we need to build a really intense center like Don is promoting with all these little exceptions. I mean, how many exceptions are we going to have? So
That's why you get paid as much
I mean,
as you
I
do
think we
figure
need to
this out.
count them, and I don't think we should be going here and including huge traffic issue projects without doing some updated traffic review. We're outside of our SEPA limits, And I think that's really, really a disservice to our community. What's it going to cost us to? We're maxed out with this plan, like at the intersection of Southeast 24th. We're over the limit right now with the projected counts and stuff. How are you going to fix that intersection? What's it going to cost the public to do that? So I'm really concerned that we're taking a itty-bitty viewpoint rather than the global look and say, what's the city going to look like? Is this what our people want? Are they even going to go near the town center if traffic is so gridlocked that they can't move at certain times of the day?
Other comments?
I'm listening.
Well, wouldn't, if the traffic, well, it's going to have traffic impacts, so the traffic impacts are going to have to be assessed, and they're going to have to be mitigated somehow, right?
That's true. Irrespective of whether we're counting developments on the caps, they still have to go through our standard traffic analysis process. There is a concurrency test. They're not exempted from any of those things. So if there is a problem, it will get identified. They will also have frontage improvements or any number of other things to deal with sort of site-specific traffic impacts. So those don't go away. They still remain. They're not related to the cap issue.
John?
To Deputy Mayor Witten's comments, you're questioning the whole idea of having the town center in one location with all that traffic flow on 228th, which is certainly the bigger, broader picture of it. But as we're attaching and attacking this right here, I'm just going to ask that Councilmember Cross made a really good comment, and so many ideas have been flying around. I'm hoping you'll remember what you said, Councilmember Cross, in regard to what you're going to attach to A, because I like what you said about public and private. I like what you also said about the recreational facilities, whether they're covered or not covered. I think that's smart. So hopefully someone, I guess Melanie has that down. So if we go to make a motion on that, it can be remembered. But
Well, go ahead.
Really?
Sure.
But I don't remember his verbiage on the thing.
Well, Mark, would you like?
Mark knows it.
I was building on John James's
Yeah.
comment, which is that you would take A and you would, he can correct me if I get this wrong, that you would include the word public in front of schools and in front of recreation facilities.
Yes.
That was your thought?
Right.
I thought about it and I thought that was good.
Mm-hmm.
But I also didn't want large, like the pool and the tennis court to be the same as a as a restaurant, counting towards the size of the office building you get. So that's what I would have as a motion, that it would be A, modified with the word private in front of schools and recreation
Public.
facilities.
Public.
I'm sorry, public. Thank you. It's already getting too late. And that we would exempt the recreation facilities listed here in C. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you would partially
Sports
count.
fields and tennis courts?
You would partially count for private facilities, I think is what you're getting
Maybe
to.
what you say is
Oh, and
partially
partially
count
count
private
the
schools and
private.
private recreational facilities against the commercial square
There you
footage
go, that's
allocation. So you combine A
There we go.
and C, and you add the words public to A and private to C.
That's what I'm hearing.
Right.
Yep.
You can
And-
visualize that, Cameron? then?
Yes.
Well, we got a motion, and did you second it?
Correct.
Okay, further discussion on that?
Could we hear the motion again, please?
You say it this time?
John's on a roll here. John, go for it.
Okay, I make a motion to, on decision point number 3, to read as follows: do not count public schools and public recreational facilities against the commercial square footage allocation cap, and partially count private schools and private recreational facilities against the commercial square footage allocation depending on the intensity of use. Example, sports fields, tennis courts, swimming pools, etc.
Very good. So now, it's your motion, and Mark, are you seconding it?
Yes, I am.
Okay, discussion? Nancy?
Yes, I'd like to request a supplemental EIS be attached to this before we do it, because we're outside of our SEPA worst-case scenario limits on traffic.
How do we know
Well,
that?
I don't think we're
How do
outside
you
it
know
on that.
that?
Because they were
We don't
maxed
even have
out.
a proposal in front of us.
Well, because we did, we had caps.
You had caps, but I'd say, as we talked about before, when we did the EIS, we looked at a range. Remember alternative 1, 2, and 3? Alternative 1, if memory serves, was the big one with the 3,500 units of residential development. That was the one that had the biggest impact. So I designed the SEPA process deliberately so that we'd have a very large option out there. Now, it had a lot of impacts, more impacts than perhaps you'd want to deal with, but from a SEPA perspective, we've analyzed something that would be where the development or the proposal that has been made here, in my view, falls within the range. So I think we're okay from a SEPA process point of view.
Okay. Tom?
Cameron, the compromise language we've got here says partially count.
Right.
I'm a little concerned about what that means. Are we going to give it 50% weight, 25% weight, 75?
I think what we would try to distinguish, and the reason we've shown the sports fields and tennis courts, is that those portions of the development, of the private development in this case, using the motion, that are by their nature large square footage, but they're actually not occupied in the same way standard commercial space is occupied. In other words, you don't have 100 people occupying a tennis court, you have 2 or 4 people occupying a tennis court. So big square footage, but fairly small actual use at any given time. We would not count those towards the cap. We'd have to make a distinction in the code between what is that kind of large square footage, low intensity use, and what is more standard. And I'm comfortable doing that.
So you'd bring back specific code language to address this issue?
We can certainly do that if you'd like us to. Did we actually have real language in here, guys, for the partial count?
I didn't see it.
Yeah, if you look in your decision package decision point number 3, and on both page 7 of 8 and 8 of 8, you've got the specific language that we've developed for that. In your blue binder, decision package number 3, and looking at page 8 of 8, for example, there's a letter B at the top, and a little number 11, that's a footnote. In your binder, blue binder, let's start there. First tab called Presentation.
Yeah.
Get past the PowerPoint and start walking through the decision points. You'll come to decision point number 3.
Yeah.
At the bottom it says page 1 of 8.
All we got is some tables.
Yeah.
You don't have a decision point number 3?
Yes, we do.
We have decision point number 3, yeah.
It says decision point number 3. And
We have decision point number 3 and then a bunch of tables.
there's a bunch of tables. Keep paging through the tables till you get page 8 of 8.
Page 8 is another table. Well, something in
Another
red.
portion of a table. There's a red paragraph that says 11, the commercial square footage allocation, blah, blah, blah.
Except those portions dedicated to sports fields or sports courts.
That's the proposed language that
Good.
Councilmember Odell had asked for, so we actually had developed that language.
Okay.
Swimming pools?
Yeah,
Certainly
et
could
cetera
add-
covers that. Are we ready for a vote on that? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, by a vote of 6-1, that's passed. So now we have some other things on our agenda.
I'd like us to go through the item number 4 tonight, Mr. Mayor, then we'll focus on the rest of the agenda, and then we have also executive session
Okay.
after that too.
Okay, let's go through item number 4. Unified Zone Development Permit process.
How do you want to do that tonight?
Basically, what's in red is, first of all, we removed the 40%. They did.
That's right. So I think this probably already represents council consensus, but we wanted to make sure that we brought it back for you here. I'm sorry?
Does not
Okay,
encourage
right.
land assembly.
Also, it's city attorney input. So The 40% requirement had been a concern brought to the staff, that would be a disincentive or a too high of a hurdle for applicants to get over. So that's been proposed for elimination. And then a complementary edit on the next paragraph down was proposed by the city attorney. So this would modify 21B 95020. And again, I do think this probably represents the council's earlier discussion to allow an individual applicant to propose a UZDP application. So it is another example of flexibility.
So, Mark.
So one person
In a town center A zone, for example, could make a proposal for the entire A if they chose to. I think it's still a challenge for them to put together an application for the whole A area or to anticipate what would happen in the whole A area, even if they just want to develop their own piece. We've tried to help in that process by doing things like the infrastructure plan and the stormwater plan, so that gives them some good working materials to work with. But this is, again, what we heard is a desire not to create a 40% or some other percentage hurdle for an individual, and instead to allow an individual to apply.
How do they apply for their whole area if they don't have the other people?
Yeah, I think what
Plan, I don't get it.
This is part of the reason why we had proposed the original requirement, is to try to encourage people to work together to have a combined or a coordinated application. There was a concern about that we would be forcing property owner A to work with property owner B, and if property owner B didn't want to work with them, that sort of hamstrung property owner A. So we wanted to allow property owner A to apply on their own. The challenge I have here is how does property owner A anticipate all the rest of what's going to happen in the rest of that A zone to actually put something, if I'm going to give a permit for something to happen on property owner A's parcel alone, because they're the single applicant, I want to make sure that that permit I give them not only is a good decision for their own development on their site, but reasonably anticipates the rest of the development in that A zone. So that's the challenge for us in this case.
How did we arrive at 40%?
It was a...
Well, that's no. Michael says
Oh, I
no.
see. Well, we did.
You looked at the land
Well,
pieces, or how did
Michael's
you-
correct in reminding me that we did actually solicit some property owner input into setting that level. And at the time, that seemed like a level that was reasonable to achieve. In other words, in a couple of places where we had seen property owners assemble property or be working together, that they could get up over that hurdle. Certainly didn't want to set it so high, like 80 or 90%, such that one individual property owner could kind of put the kibosh on a otherwise logical development. So what we've done is sort of swung the pendulum the other way to say, okay, an individual can come in. I still think that individual has a pretty daunting prospect with no one else working with them. It's going to be hard. And again, that was one of the motivations in doing the infrastructure plan and the stormwater plan, is to at least do a little bit of the work for them so they understood what they would likely be needing to do to lay out their site. So I apologize for the complexity of the answer, but that's the truth of the matter here. We are trying to promote coordinated development, but not put such a mandate for that we unfairly burden the individual. So again, this bit of a Solomonic approach.
Right. Mark, let me try my answer to this. If you have a 10-acre area and you have this 40% requirement, somebody would have to assemble 4 acres and bring
Right.
it in as an initial proposal. that leaves 6 acres. Well, maybe 40% of 6 acres is,
24.
I'm not the math person.
2.4.
Ron's the math person.
Yeah,
2.4.
Yeah, so, but by getting the 4 acres initially, rather than a 1 acre, if somebody came in with a 1 acre piece in the 10 acre zone and submitted it to Cameron, and Cameron might go, well, how's the road network going to go in the 10 acres? And the guy goes, well, it's going to go on other people's property. Well, how about the integrated pedestrian walkways that are going to circulate through this property? He goes, well, they'll be able to get to my property by building them on the other properties. So to me, by getting a big chunk at first and then maybe having it drop down afterwards, we could establish the unified
Zone.
the unified design for the whole zone by having a big enough piece of the property that it's going to have the skeleton of the pedestrian walkways, it's going to have the skeleton of the storm drainage system, it's going to have the skeleton of the open spaces, that the other properties can hang their hat on and extend across the other properties. But at least for the initial proposal, I think the 40% is good, but then it could be 40% of whatever's left in the zone that's not under permit. So that would be my proposal, is that we keep the 40% requirement, but we have it drop down so that it's really only 40% of the zone that's not under a previous permit. And that way, it goes from 4 acres, and in the 10 acre example, it goes from 4 acres to 2.4 acres, and then even less from there. And that way, we're making sure we're getting the unified design from the get-go.
That's an interesting concept. I can think of a counter example where someone may own a 1 acre and his immediate neighbor doesn't want to develop at all. And so the 1 acre guy is stuck forever with useless land.
I think that a person with a separated piece could participate in an overall design that would establish this network of pedestrian ways and road network that would give the public the benefits we want to get out of this, which is an integrated pedestrian ways, integrated open space, integrated road network.
So the assembly doesn't have to be contiguous?
I wouldn't think so.
Uh-huh.
And that would add more flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Nancy?
There's 2 sides to what I'm going to suggest. What is 40% and with flexibility of the director to reduce it down for special reasons like the guy with the 1 acre versus the others, if you feel that the goals of the town center can be met. It still gives them flexibility, but...
I think Michael wants to say something.
Michael's itching to
Push
make
him
a
aside.
Well, I think there was going for a balance, and to be honest, if you look at the base document, it was something council discussed, I think, in an earlier review, and for that was the basis of taking the 40% out. But because town center is a specific, kind of dynamic of parcels, I want to kind of give you a little breakdown as to why that's there or was there, and that's because you have 5 A zones, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you start at the beginning, A1 is the core. That's where you have really land assembly is an issue. And we wanted to make sure we didn't have uneven development patterns, so how could you try and assure that? And the 40% coincided at the time, and he's in the room, so I don't feel badly about saying this, but I think that Mr. Stern said that 40% was an acceptable number based on the assembly that he felt would occur in the core for initial development. And it just so happened that most of the parcels he'd identified had frontage, so some of the circulation issues could be addressed. But if you go further, the A2 is Lake Washington School District, primarily about 90% of that. So it's essentially unified ownership, and this really wouldn't apply. For the A3, which is the southeast quadrant, they already have an LLC, so those landowners are kind of in harmony to try and move forward with some type of unified approach. The A4 is Lou and Lynette, so that's already unified ownership, and the A5 Arbor School, same situation. So this really affects the core, and the 40% I think was taken out of the base document based on some earlier discussions with council, and the idea, what we tried to strike was a balance, between like a specific parcel, and in relation to Councilmember Petiti's comment, that if a specific parcel came in to develop, we would want to see at least conceptually what the rest of that development pattern was going to look like. Mm-hmm. And potentially, I think Cameron's example is pretty good, that they say, hey, I'm going to develop my parcel and the roadway is going through my neighbors, but that's the heart of his developable land. Right. The neighbor may have something to say about that. So that's kind of a conversation we'd like to encourage. Yes. We'd especially like it to happen outside of City Hall if possible, but that's kind of the thinking behind how this could be done to kind of maximize, fairness, but also to balance out that you get integrated development. So that's kind of what we're trying to get to and what this addresses.
So what were we thinking? It must have been too late.
So do we have a consensus towards Mark's suggestion?
So make a motion, Mark, and I'll second it.
I move that we retain the 40% requirement, and based on the input by Michael, I think we would just keep the 40% requirement, and then
and retain the UZDP process.
Correct. Mm-hmm. It sounds like after you get the initial 40% in the A1 zone, you'll have established a pattern of urban development that will be appropriate, and I don't think after that initial 40% that you need to have that on the remainder of the properties.
So do you understand that?
So that he's adding another piece, that it's the first piece that has to be 40%.
I see.
So every one after that can go individually. Is that right, Mark?
Is that what you're proposing?
My initial proposal was that it just be 40% of the remainder to continue to reduce it. But if I'm hearing from Michael correctly, that 40% can be assembled and we can establish the A1 zone, and the other ones are pretty much way above 40%, then I don't see a reason to further constrain it beyond having the initial proposal be for 40%.
Okay. I'll second that.
Okay, Cameron, you had a comment on it?
So it's the initial 40%, and you want to...
Each of the A zones.
In each of the A zones? Okay, and so, as Michael observed, some of the zones which have unified ownership or well-coordinated ownership will have no problem meeting that.
Roadways and open space issues.
And that kind of thing. Well, they will, and we'll deal with that in the UZDP process.
Mm-hmm.
Are we extending the UZD process right now to include A4 and A5?
That's one of the other decision points. I think we'd recommend you do, but that's...
So shall we take that on right now?
Where's that one?
Okay, well, do we have a consensus on what Mark had
Number 8.
suggested?
Yes.
Yes. Yes on
Okay.
Mark's.
Okay, Cameron, you got the consensus on 4.
Okay, so we'll go with the initial application in all the A zones.
All the A zones.
Have the 40% requirement, initial application. Okay.
So we are, by implication, imposing the UZDP process on 4 and 5.
Yeah,
4
and
and 5.
I think if you wanted to go ahead and take that one on, and Ben, is that all right if they want to deal with one more subject here?
Which one is that?
Quickly. We just incorporated it.
Yeah, we have.
I think
so
we
let's
did that
just
one.
make it
So
formal.
that's decision point number 8, which is to include A4 and A5 in the UZDP process.
Yes.
Everybody in.
Is that a fair?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all done too. Okay, so you've gotten through 1 through 4 and number 8 tonight, and I really applaud your progress.
Yeah, it's a good progress. We have a lot of more work to do tonight, so before we go, so I'd like to get the rest of the agenda if
Thank you,
that's
Cameron.
possible.
I encourage you to read through our base document and email any notes to Cameron.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is, there's no unfinished business, so we have new business, and that's item number 8. First reading amending Chapter 21A25. That's you, Cameron.
I'm still here.
Hey.
And I don't have a PowerPoint because this is a true housekeeping change. You remember we went through this whole 5-foot versus 7-foot setback issue. We missed a portion of code that we should have caught, and I apologize for that. That's my fault for not catching this. We did catch it, and subsequently looking at it, I want to thank the city clerk and the code revisor for bringing that to our attention. So this, I think, is a very easy slam dunk. I don't think you need an extensive staff report. You've already made the policy decision on this. So.
And it's the first reading, no action is needed tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, any discussion on it? Nope. Okay.
Thank you.
So now we're through with that, and we go to council reports. John?
Quiet on the Western Front.
Michelle?
I don't have a council report. I can't think of anything important to
Okay.
take the time right now.
Tom?
Should I talk about our EFR?
Sure.
After considerable exchange of emails between the fire district on the one hand and city administration and the east and the city's EFNR representation, last Monday afternoon there was a sit-down meeting with the chief and his 3 deputies on the one hand, and Don Jaron and myself, Ben, and Mike Sauerwein on the other hand, to cover a number of issues that have become, shall we say, sore points between us. I think I'll summarize by saying a lot of things came off of people's chests during that meeting. At the same time, afterward, there was some additional correspondence that said there were still some issues to be worked out. I don't want to get into the details of everything, but there are some significant differences of opinion between the Sammamish board members and the EFNR management. We're working on coming to resolution on these. We have obtained the okay from the chief to involve union representation and our volunteer group in the discussions with us. We will give our version of what's going on to them. At the same time, it was also we also discussed city participation in the regional fire authority discussions that are underway. We continue to maintain that Sammamish does not see that in their best interest at present, but we will continue to monitor the ongoing discussions there through the presence of a city employee who does report back to the city manager and the 2 representatives. There will be more dialogue on this in the future.
And we're meeting with EFR staff regarding the details of the District 27 annexing to EFR, the numbers that showed that it would cost this city, was it $99,000 more per year?
Right, that was really a separate discussion item, but there will be a meeting, I think it's this Friday, on that issue, which will be involving EFNR and may or may not involve the District 27 chief.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Nancy?
I noticed it was on the agenda for the board. The fire, both issues relating to the district are on the agenda.
For EFNR's board meeting?
Yeah, would you like any direction from council on which way to go, assuming that the financial discussion confirms that that it would be about $100,000 a year to Sammamish?
For the RFA?
No, for the annexation of District 27.
Well, okay. The answer is yes.
You would like direction?
I know. At least I would, darling. Speaking for you.
So the question is, if the study from EFR with regard to the annexation of District 27 or the, well, I guess you call it annexation of District 27 into EFR partnership, would end up costing the city of Sammamish an estimated 100,000 more a year.
Yes. On the overall EFR contributions.
Right. Are we opposed to that? Should our board representatives vote no on that? So that's the question. Mark?
Let me understand this correctly. If the EF&R board votes to annex 27, is that it?
Mm-hmm. False
That
city.
our contribution goes up by 100,000?
Right. Supposedly, service would improve throughout EFR, and we haven't had understanding of what the services would improve versus the increased cost for us.
But I would like council to consider in the context of overall budget. What we're doing is streamlining it, looking for every penny, so take a look at it in that context.
I have to say I've had enough representations by EF&R that as they got larger, they were going to get more efficient, and it was going to be cheaper for everybody.
Yes.
Not more expensive. And unless I really saw some big jump in services, but I already consider their services to be very, very good, if not excellent. So I don't understand what additional service level we would get out of this. So I would have to say, unless I heard some additional information on this jump in service, that we should vote no. Our representatives should vote no.
Okay, other comments?
I have a question.
John.
So would the fire station in Falls City go to a 3-person fire station versus a 2? Is that their claim level of service increase?
Yeah, although they say most of the time it's 3 now.
Because of the volunteer
Yeah.
situation?
So their projections show that actual cost for District 27 would go down a little bit. Didn't I see that in the chart? So I'm not sure I understand it. That's why we asked for a meeting for further clarification, and we're going to have that on Friday.
They go down for everybody but Sammamish and Fire District 10. Okay, they go down 50,000 for Fire District, I mean, it cost additional 50,000 for Fire District 10, just under 100 for Sammamish. Everybody else's would go down.
Maybe we should wait until you've had this meeting before we just
Well, the problem is it's on the board agenda before we have our next meeting.
Well, then I would suggest that we have to vote no.
Anybody else? Is that a consensus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no benefit to the city of Sammamish, then why would we spend the additional $100,000?
That's a rhetorical question.
Sure. All my questions are.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, your report?
I had something and I can't remember what it is, so you're saved.
Okay, John?
The heat of the USGA Senior Open Tournament in Sammamish in Sahali was going on, and in the Northwest, Fred Couples had a good showing of number 2, so I guess I can now relinquish my hat as the Goodwill Ambassador for the city of Sammamish, and we look forward to the next golf event sometime in the future. And we apologize for any traffic inconveniences, and we'll try and do a better job next time.
The announcers did call it Seattle, though.
Did they call it Seattle?
Yes, they did.
Near Seattle.
Seattle.
Near
I
Seattle.
did hear one radio station announcer.
Two things. I wanted to acknowledge the opening of the 244th.
Yes.
And I
Is
drove
that
it.
a maze?
I drove it, and it's wonderful. And I wanted to congratulate our staff and their administration, both of the contract and of the design work for this. It's really works really well. It runs real smooth, and I'm very pleased with it. And the first day I saw it was open like a week ago Friday. There were already like 6 cars packed together moving across the valley. I just thought it was wonderful.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
When are they going to do the traffic studies?
I went through there with my horse
I'm
trailer.
sorry?
It was a little tricky.
To look at how after it reads.
That's good. It slowed you down.
We will do complete traffic counts after the parkway is completed, so we'll let the traffic settle down and we'll set the traffic counts to get on those 3 arterials.
Yeah, the second thing I'd mention has to do with the Family Resource Center, where my wife is executive director. They have changed their name. The name Family Resource Center is used hundreds of places across the country for all kinds of combinations of services. So they looked at what they do and how they do it and who they're serving, and have changed the name to the Together Center, because they do see that it's providing services together and that you do it at a central location. That may not be her exact explanation of it, but to me, that's what the name Together Center means to me. Thank you.
Good. I have a couple things. You were handed out copies of 3 items here this evening, and 2 of them are from, Tom and I went to the PIC meeting, Public Issues Committee meeting of suburban cities, and they moved forward a couple of decisions for voting on next month, so we're supposed to get feedback from our council. And one of them, Mark, is the countywide planning policy update. So that page is the draft Suburban Cities Association position on it. So if we don't hear, well, Nancy might go to the next PIC meeting, but whoever goes to the next PIC meeting, if we don't hear from you objecting to them, then we would take the position of voting for them.
Yes.
And that's also true on the,
It is. I think that they did a particularly good job of making sure that transportation decisions stay with the other committees and not with not get rolled into the countywide planning policies.
good. And the other one is proposed preliminary Suburban Cities Association policy position statements in response to RTTF recommendations. That's the Regional Transit Task Force, which has been meeting this year, 28 members of it. And the main concern that Suburban Cities Association has had with that is, as I mentioned last time, they're dumping on the east sub-area, trying to get rid of the so-called 40-40-20 allocation of resources. And so these suburban city policy positions are pushing back a little bit. And that's probably the best we can do. And by the way, there's going to be our members that are on that task force are going to be at the banquet this week. When is that?
Oh,
next week.
Next
Suburban
week.
dinner?
Yeah, the dinner.
September 15th.
The dinner next week. So we're encouraged to go and express our concerns about transit, the paucity of transit on the east side. And
That's also the night we have or the afternoon and evening, we have our Sustainable Sammamish.
right at the,
So guys, you're gonna have to make some choices here.
yeah.
We should have somebody at the Sustainable Sammamish event also probably, which
I'll go to
starts at 4.
suburban cities.
I'll go to Sustainable
I've already signed up to
Sammamish.
go to SCA, so.
And the third,
15?
Yeah.
the third thing I have, well, this is longer than what I thought, but this is from Bruce. This is, this is Town Center, legislative or quasi-judicial. I thought we were going to get a 2-page handout.
We did.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
And what?
From Bruce?
No, on the initiatives that are coming up in November. Association of Washington Cities, the last City Voice that you got emailed to you, has a chapter on
Oh, the initiatives?
yeah, not on the initiatives, on what we as council members can and can't do with regard to them.
Right.
And I thought that would be a good refresher. Now, that's not it, though.
That's all right.
It was kind of an
I
explanation
fail on
of
that
what
one,
the
Mr. Mayor. I didn't make copies, so I will
Okay.
make copies tomorrow.
The city manager will give us copies.
Email it.
Right.
Okay. What we do have, the memorandum from Bruce, legislative or quasi-judicial. Bruce, you want to give us an overview of this?
The memo was prepared in response to various comments that have been made concerning whether or not the adoption of the town center plan is a legislative action or a quasi-judicial action. So to assist council, the memo itself is quite brief. The conclusion, though, is quite clear, and that is this is a legislative process that you're engaged in, and that you're free to basically follow the normal legislative process without concerns for the appearance of fairness doctrine, which does not apply to legislative matters. And then I attached 3 cases that sort of show you the history of the court's thinking on this subject matter, and gave you an excerpt of a case that sounds kind of similar to what you folks are doing. So as far as I'm concerned, your entire process is legal.
Great, good, thank you. Nancy?
Yeah, I have been involved in some email, unfortunately, on this issue recently. And I wanted to make clear, I used to work with John O'Brien's firm, and I terminated that relationship back in 2007, and I've had no financial interest in his firm or ever in his school. I didn't even know when he bought the land for it. And that was 3 years ago now. It doesn't mean that you're not biased, but you don't have any financial interest, no social, that kind of ties. So I feel free to, if I had a concern that I was biased and couldn't give fair consideration to all these issues, I probably would abstain from voting. I want to point out, too, I've had potential clients in the town center, and I've turned them all down. I don't want a client where I have a financial relationship with a client and performing legal services for them. If they own property, even if it's estate planning, which isn't relevant to the town center plan, I don't think. So I've tried very carefully in the last many years to free myself from any financial ties like that. And I think I wanted to make it clear. And I also encourage people to ask those questions of the council, because I think it helps make our council more transparent. So I'm pleased to answer. There was an email from Scott Hamilton asking us 4 questions about if any of us had any interest in the town center, and I want to say no, I didn't. I don't have a relationship with anybody, financial ties or anything like that. So, but if I did, I would probably abstain from voting, even if it was a legislative action where I could vote on it, because it does sometimes create problems for citizens to understand it's not a legal violation, but they sure don't think people should be voting. So I want to make sure I was particularly challenged personally, and I wanted to clear the air on that and make it clear that I don't have any of those ties, and therefore I feel free to vote on the town center,
Okay, thank
whatever
you.
the legal.
Thank you. City Manager's report.
I don't have a report, Mr. Mayor, but we do have an executive session, and we will take an action. We will be in the executive session for approximately 15 minutes. That's what the counselor is advising me, so.
Okay, this is potential litigation pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1I.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go home. I have to get up at 7 in the morning. So I'll stick it out.
Okay. You know, this is a shock treatment.
Public Works has all the money in the
I
world.
know, it's just exercising.
The Bruce, you and John giving the staff report, or John is giving the staff report on this thing?
Oh, I'll endeavor and John will fill in the blanks.
Okay.
Okay, back in session from executive session.
Council, we've been in executive session to discuss a potential litigation matter involving the East Lake Sammamish Parkway Phase 1B project. During the course of the project, the contractor encountered some soils and subsurface water conditions that were not anticipated at the time the contract was bid. There's been a fair amount of negotiation between the contractor and the city concerning the nature of the conditions, what the cost might be to address those conditions, and the city staff has reached an accommodation and has presented the mayor with two motions that we request authorization from council to take action. So, Mr. Mayor, if you would proceed with those two motions, please.
Okay, thank you. The first, I would entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to execute change order number 7 in the amount of $299,576.93 and remit immediate payment. Additionally, move to increase the city manager's construction contingency authorization for the East Lake Sammamish Parkway Northeast Phase 1B to Northeast 18th Place, from Northeast 18th Place to 2200 block by an additional $300,423 in recognition for known and anticipated changes and to efficiently maintain the construction progress. So, do I have that motion?
I move.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Any further discussion? All those Ben?
Mr. Mayor, for this additional increase on this particular project would be offset by the savings on the other capital projects. For example, the Southeast 20th Street project is anticipated to be about a $900,000 under the budget number. So this will not have any impact on the overall general fund.
And actually, the Phase 1A was under budget also, right?
Yes, it was about $300,000 under it as well.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? By your vote of 7-0, that's passed. And the second motion I'd entertain is to authorize the city manager to execute a contract amendment with AECom, Inc. in the amount of $105,577, bringing the total contract amount to $572,266 for professional services for construction-related professional services in association with the East Lake Sammamish Parkway Northeast Phase 1B, Northeast 18th Place to the 2200 block project. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded.
Yes.
Any further discussion?
Yes, could, Mr. Yazizi, would you give us an overview of the total numbers we're talking about in terms of extra costs?
This is about $652,000 city funds will be paid for the total professional services as well as the construction expenses on this project. And again, these funds will not be the new revenues we'll be paying for it. It will be the savings from the other capital projects to offset this additional cost.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? By your vote of 7-0, that motion is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other business? Nope. Meeting adjourned.